2010s when Health Minister Kwabena Mintah Akando clashed with staff over broken down medical equipment. The minister, clearly frustrated, discovered key machines had been out of service for months, even after the hospital spent its internally generated funds trying to fix them.
And then they were able to revive one. We paid them from our IGF. And this is the second thing, the light has gone off. We were running on generator and we were burning diesel to man the whole hospital.
Just hours before his arrival, a patient had died, an incident that only heightened the minister's anger.
As I speak to you now, we have thanked him for his services he has delivered at the Family Teaching Hospital, and we think that somebody else must come and continue as the CEO of the facility.
So he has been sacked?
Exactly.
With immediate effect?
With immediate effect.
Kwabena Mintah Akando also announced a tough new policy. Public hospitals must now fix their own broken equipment using their IGF. No more waiting on government.
We are expecting government to either replace it or maintain it. There will be a new government policy directive where a special escrow account will be created for all our equipment.
The minister is expected to pay similar visits to more public hospitals across the country. For Joy News, Michael Ashale.
Akonta Mining plans to sue government following the revocation of its mining licenses. This comes after Lands and Natural Resources Minister Emmanuel Amoah directed the Minerals Commission on Monday to cancel all licenses held by the company. The company, owned by NPP Ashanti Regional Chairman Bernard Entry Bosiako, also known as Chairman Wuntumi, denies allegations of illegal mining and accuses the minister of political witch hunt. Akonta Mining's lawyer Andy Apiakubi says the lawsuit could be filed as early as this week. But first, listen to the minister on why the decision was taken.
This company has not only trespassed into protected reserves, but has become a criminal syndicate. One representative of Akonta Mining is the liaison of these dealings. He serves as the gatekeeper, negotiating fees and granting illegal access. The concessions are then subleased to individuals like one Mr. Henry and another individual identified as Shaq, who are to oversee the devastation of the Amoah Forest Reserve in the Tano River. A weekly royalties of 250 grams of gold are to be paid to the company.
In FIRE response, former Asante Achime MP, North MP, Andy Apiakubi, a member of Akonta Mining's legal team, has announced that the company will file a lawsuit as early as this week.
These are all lying allegations. It is, as far as we are concerned, our assertion is that nothing of that sort has ever happened. And we challenge the minister to continue with the process of investigation and possible prosecution if they are minded to do that.
Well, this action you are embarking on, when do you intend to, file the processes?
We are preparing by tomorrow, latest by Thursday. We would have said the appropriate person as defendant in the matter.
Now, more changes are expected within the Ghana Police Services Divisional and Regional Commands following a recent reshuffle by IGP COP Christian Tateyonu, affecting 34 officers in Galamsey-prone areas, including the Western, Central and Eastern regions. Details of that shortly, but first, the Police Anti-Galamsey Task Force has made fresh arrests in a new crackdown. Erastus Asari Donko reports.
On 21st of this month, they arrested 13 illegal miners and they have seized some equipment as well. Just yesterday, they arrested one person who, in fact, when they interrogated, he was coming out of the forest area. When they interrogated him, he led them to his mining site deep within the forest, and they have arrested him together with some excavators that he was working with. So, per my briefing, they will be concentrating around this area to make sure that they have cleared the illegal mining sites along the Tano River and inside the Tano Nigre Forest Reserve before they move on to other areas.
We can now listen to Director of Public Affairs at the Ghana Police Service, ACP Grace Ansakrofi, who says more police commanders will be moved in the coming days.
The affected areas include the Western region, parts of the Central region, and also the Eastern region. These are the regions that are affected during the first phase. This initial reshuffle is just the first phase. Several other reshuffling will also follow, and the objective is to inject fresh energy into our fight against illegal mining activities across the country.
Now, traders selling on pavements in Kumasi face eviction today, now as the city begins a major decongestion exercise. Despite earlier warnings, some traders have failed to vacate their spots. Mayor Richard Ofori-Agyemang-Boadi, who faced backlash for suggesting defined traders will be caned, has since softened his stance but is still cautioning traders to comply.
As early as possible, I'm pleading with you, please encourage anybody who is doing any trading activity in the middle of any dual carriage lane in Kumasi to get off before we get to them. I'm going to be lenient a bit. From Wednesday, I don't want to see anybody there selling in the middle of our road, especially those who are in the lanes of middle dual carriages. I don't want to see anybody there.
And you heard the Mayor Richard Ofori-Agyemang-Boadi in Kumasi. I am Amiesi Nyamiche Thompson. That's how we draw the curtains on the news this morning. Up next is business on the Super Morning Show.
Oh, jump on now. Go. Go me. And what time when you come back, we are not hear the sound of your car? Why you buy new car?
No, I not change my car. It be the same ride. It be the fuel way I change. Way one shouts it. Ever since I started using the all-new Excellium Premium Fuel, fortified with 3-in-1 action. Oh, Joe, now my car they run like electric car. No, it's so.
This is the type of fuel where they want to. Because now engine they cost. Where they want for way if I buy it, it go protect my engine. And with the small way I buy, I go drive, sir.
Absolutely. It's like strapping a turbocharger to your engine and giving it a protector. And what they bust my mind, Seth, be the 3-in-1 action, no? Excellium, they prevent up to 99% of deposit. It be anti-wear, some be anti-corrosion. Won't pay when I open them.
Hey, so where can I find this magical fuel?
Just head over to any Total Energy service station and your car will thank you.
Hey, they make a finish my gobe fast, then rush go Total Energies. My friend, but why your hand my gobe inside?
I give you info. Make her feel the gobe too small.
Go.
Excellium is designed to protect your car engine, decrease fuel consumption, and lower CO2 emissions. Don't say fuel, say Excellium. Choose Excellium, choose quality.
See, your rich auntie gets more from Absa. Your childhood friend gets more from Absa. Your favorite uncle gets more from Absa. Your roommates cry gets more from Absa. Digital solutions get more from Absa. Rewards be bring get more from Absa. 5-star treatment get more from Absa. Preferential rates get more from Absa. Easy banking and no ane Absa. Instant loans and no ane Absa. Bank papa party and no ane Absa. NTG accounting get more from Absa. Yes! Join thousands of Absa customers enjoying priority treatment, preferential rates, amazing rewards, and seamless digital solutions to help you write the next big chapter of your story. Sign up for an Absa account today and get more. Your story matters. Absa.
How secured are you? Let me ask you again. How secured are you? Say yes loud with confidence when you are protected by Millennium Insurance, because it gives you great reliability and comfort. Sign on any of our products today, be it motor, fire, burglary, accidents, travels, bonds, liabilities, engineering, marine and aviation insurance. Visit our offices in Accra, Northridge, Tema, Kumasi, Kofridia, Takrady, or any of our 30 agents nationwide. Call 0302-766-631 or 0504-394-997.
Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner.
We've got what you need for your business and family. Whatever you need, you can count and call on us. Omni Basic Bank.
Reliable? Check. Comfort? Check. Strong? Check. Tough? Check. Tried and tested? Check. Affordable? Check. Comes in so many colors and sizes? Check. Suitable for domestic and industrial use? Check. Choose quality, choose Syntex Tank. Available nationwide and comes with 7-year warranty. And remember, Syntex Tank is a caring brand too. Syntex Tank, a strong, a tough.
What's your dream this year? To pull up in a brand new 4-wheel ride? Or you want to travel? Where? Sentosa Island in Singapore? Or Desert Safari in Dubai? Or you want a laptop, microwave, brand new phone, TV? Chale, what you want, you can get with SG Ghana. Minya Ubecha 7Y. Join the SG Ghana Deposit and Drive promo and you could win the grand prize of a brand new Toyota RAV4. Simply deposit 500 Ghana cedis or multiples of it into your SG Ghana account from now till 30th May 2025. Non-customers can open an account to participate. Visit your nearest branch or call 0302-214-314 for further inquiries. This promo is regulated by the National Lottery Authority on the Caritas Lottery platform. Terms and conditions apply. Societe Generale Ghana. The future is you.
Every morning you wake up to the Super Morning Show. 99.7, that's the way to go. And when you're feeling down, Joy will pick you up. That's what we're here for. Keep tuning in for sure. It's the Super Morning Show. It's the Super Morning Show. Joy gives joy, don't you know? It's the Super Morning Show. 99.7, 99.7. Joy gives joy, don't you know? It's the Super Morning Show. 99.7, 99.7. Joy gives joy, don't you know? It's a Super Morning Show. 99.7 Super Morning Show. Joy gives joy, don't you know? It's a Super Morning Show. 99.7 99.7. It's the Super Morning Show.
Welcome to the Joy Business Report. Coming up, Bank of Ghana set to commence regulation of cryptocurrencies in Ghana from September this year. Also coming up, government promises reduction in utility tariffs as it works to deal with cost of generation issues, cedi stability and inflation. And also, economist Professor Lord Mensah expresses fear that Ghana may inherit inflation hikes as a result of the current global tariff war. And the Bank of Ghana Governor Dr. Johnson Isiama has revealed that the central bank would, from September this year, start regulating cryptocurrencies in the country. The current banking regulations restricts the use of the currency for investments and as a medium of exchange. But speaking at the African Leaders and Partners Forum in Washington, the governor noted that current developments show that regulations or regulators must review their stance.
I was surprised to know that there are Ghanaian business people who are able to pay for their imports. They don't go through any bank. All that they do is to go through what? Crypto. And a gentleman walked to me and said, he showed me the data. He pays about $5 million a week to his suppliers. He's into frozen chicken imports and he doesn't go through any bank. So when I saw that data, I became alarmed because what it means is that his $5 million a week is not going through our records. So you can understand the scale. And therefore, at the central bank, we are setting up a special unit on digital assets. We are setting up these to be able to regulate the crypto platforms. As it is now, there's no visibility. And yet, this is technology we cannot prevent. And so hopefully by September, we hope to have what they call the VASP law, the Virtual Asset Providers Act, or law. We intend to pass that in place so we can license, and we are working with SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission.
And you had Bank of Ghana Governor Dr. Johnson Esiama speaking in Washington, D.C. Associate Professor of Finance at the Andrews University, Dr. Williams Pepper says government must convince the International Monetary Fund that it will engage in rigorous structural reforms and implement the Public Financial Management Act. This, according to him, will send a positive signal to the IMF about the country's preparedness to meet all necessary conditions going forward and chart a sustainable path towards economic recovery.
Both Ghana and IMF, we know because of the change of government, we wouldn't have known that probably we overspent more than we programmed in the IMF plan. This is to give some confidence to IMF that yes, something happened. We are ready to identify the areas and to address them. We really want to confirm that the expenses that have been booked are really legit, and then we have a plan to do a proper optimized allocation of resources to pay for them. Leading to this means that we Ghana as a country, we did not really conform to our own Public Financial Management Act. So one major area that needs the structural reform is how to make sure that the Public Financial Management Act is implemented.
And you had the Associate Professor of Finance at Andrews University, Dr. Williams Pepper. The Africa Economic Outlook report has revealed that African economies still face strong vulnerability in 2025 due to heavy reliance on commodity exports, rise in public debts, and slow social development. My colleague Winston has more.
According to the African Economic Outlook Report 2025, while many economies on the continent have demonstrated resilience and modest growth, the gains remain fragile, unevenly distributed, and heavily dependent on volatile commodity exports. The report highlights that Africa's growth model continues to be shaped by structural vulnerabilities. Heavy reliance on natural resource export has exposed many economies to external shocks, from commodity price swings to geopolitical disruptions, underscoring the urgent need for diversification and structural transformation. Public debt has emerged as a central concern. While borrowing has supported infrastructure development and social programs, the report warns that rising debt levels threaten fiscal sustainability. Studies cited indicate that public debt beyond certain thresholds dampens economic growth by compressing the interest rate growth differential and exacerbating external imbalances. To mitigate these risks, African governments are encouraged to prioritize growth-oriented public expenditure, focusing particularly on infrastructure and projects that support economic diversification.
Now, financial economist Professor Lord Mensah has cautioned Ghana may inherit hike in inflation as a result of the current global tariff war. His view follows a warning from the IMF that Ghana's economic growth for this year will suffer while inflation could go up marginally. Reacting to the development, Professor Mensah argues that the only way out is to tame inflation and to ensure value addition of the country's export.
Yeah, for Ghana, looking at inflation, we may, inherit some inflation increase from, these problems through the exchange rate channels. And that is why we may have to look at how we can tame this down to ensure that we have some local stability. And if I say local stability, we have to ensure that things that we can produce in Ghana, through our budget policies and other things, we enhance them, especially in the agriculture sector. I don't want a situation where we'll back out. We allocate, sums of money for agriculture and we end up not seeing anything, and then we'll be looking out for importation. It will end up affecting, our currency. So we need to work hard to have some kind of local, stability.
The Ghana International Trade Commission will take steps to analyze and advise President John Mahama on some taxes on goods exported into the United States market. This is to mitigate any negative impact of the recently introduced 10% tariff placed on goods from Ghana into the U.S. as announced by President Donald Trump. Speaking to Joy Business, Acting Executive Secretary of the Ghana International Trade Commission, Mavis J. Kwa, said the Commission will engage stakeholders and advise the President on the way forward.
Looking at the tariff system and then putting in solutions to engage the Minister of Trade to advise the President in reducing taxes so that the Ghanaian industries will be able to produce and then be able to sell at cheaper prices.
The government is promising reduction in utility tariffs in the coming months. This will be dependent on current work being done to stabilize the cedi and slow down inflation, as well as cost of generating power. These are the critical variables that influence tariff review every quarter of the year. Richard Jan Mensah is the Deputy Minister of Energy and Green Transition and has been speaking to Joy Business on the sidelines of the ongoing IMF World Bank spring meetings in Washington.
It is not always the case that adjustment means that it is going to be upwards adjustment. When the parameters that are used for assessing the adjustment actually also becomes quite stable or improves, there are possibility of also the tariff coming down. And that is what we are committed to, making sure that losses within the system, which invariably probably may be considered in terms of determining the tariff, if those ones are taken out, obviously prices will come down. Two, we also have to look at the forex effects, which are also in the price build-up. If we are able to also improve upon the cedi's strength against the international currencies as well, I believe that would also bring in some positive gains, and that can affect the tariff to go down. Now, also in generation, most of our power generations we use for liquid fuels, and now and it's quite expensive. This government is looking at how best we can get adequate gas, the gas to power the thermals, which is relatively cheaper as compared to the liquid fuel.
Executive Secretary of the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana, Reverend Dr. Dennis Sena Awiti, has underscored the need for the general public to be vigilant in purchasing genuine medicines. He also encouraged people to report substandard or suspicious drugs to a pharmacist or the Food and Drugs Authority, stressing that the quality of medicines is critical in the fight against malaria. He spoke at a donation ceremony organized by Bliss GVS aimed at combating malaria and working towards a malaria-free continent.
The pharmaceutical industry, to help make our pharmaceutical industry robust, we should all be able to look out for medicines that are genuine, medicines that are effective, medicines that treat diseases that we can attest to. So if we don't experience that and we receive medications or medicines from facilities that we have doubt about, we should report to the pharmacist or the Food and Drugs Authority or the Pharmacy Council as quickly as possible. We should take the opportunity to contribute to the pharmacovigilance in our country and to be able to better improve the pharmaceutical supply chain in all we do.
And on the Joy Business Van today, a best of color, culture and conversation. We step inside the Be a Champion Gallery at the West Hills Malls in Accra again, where Ghanaian art takes center stage. From bold brushstrokes to woven traditions, these exhibits bring the heart of West Africa to life in a stunning detail. On the Joy Business Van, artist and sculptor Be a Champion shares why everyone needs to patronize his artwork.
Buying painting is the same as you putting your money in the bank, because if you buy painting from Be a Champion, let's say 5,000 cedis, the next 2-3 years we are thinking of times 10 or so, because imagine you have my work, let's say 10-20 paintings when I started 2005, and you are selling it today. Even to me, you get like 20 times of the price you bought those days. And then also, painting is something that is therapeutic. Therapeutic in the sense that if you have very good abstract painting on your wall, and let's say you want to read meanings into the work, you sit down, you look at it, the more you focus on the work, the more you forget about your sickness or something. Always let your walls talk. When somebody enters your room, they should see something new, something different.
Well, the full episode is at 1 p.m. on the Joy Business Report and 5 p.m. on Business Live on the Joy News channel. And now let's go to the commodities market. Crude oil increased marginally to $68 a barrel. gold lost $68 to open trading at $3,312 an ounce, and cocoa gained more than $400, selling at $9,117 a ton. On the currency market, the dollar is going for 16 cedis. That's the rate some forex bureaus are offering to their clients this morning, and the British pound is selling at 20 cedis, 45 pesos. The euro, on the other hand, is going for 17 cedis, 50 pesos. The commercial banks are, however, selling at a dollar at 15 cedis, 40 pesos. And that's how we end the Joy Business Report this morning. I am Amiesi Nyameche Thompson. The Super Morning Show continues.
Joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy. Joy in the morning. Yeah. If you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning. On the Super Morning Show.
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy. Joy in the morning. Yeah. If you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning. On the Super Morning Show.
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy. Joy in the morning. Yeah. If you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning. On the Super Morning Show.
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy. Joy in the morning. Yeah. If you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning. On the Super Morning Show.
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy. Joy in the morning. Yeah. If you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning. On the Super Morning Show.
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy. Joy in the morning. to joy, joy in the morning. Yeah, if you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning on the Super Morning Show.
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
Wake up to joy, 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 sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah, wake up to joy, joy in the morning. Yeah, if you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning on the Super Morning Show.
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
Wake up to joy, 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 sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah, wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah, wake up to joy, joy in the morning.
Morning show on Joy 99.7 FM with me, Winston, Amoah, and the 6 a.m. news earlier brought to us by Absa Bank Ghana Limited. Your story matters. Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner in Total Energies. Total, we go the extra mile for you with the Joy Business Report brought to us by MNC Properties, a member of MNC Group, MNC Properties, Choice of Class, and Safari Valley Resort, bringing you closer to nature, as well as Omni Basic Bank, not just another bank. And on our Drive Safe campaign this morning, brought to us by Joy News and the Multimedia Group, and supported by Toyota Superior Quality and Imperial General Assurance. You know, it's raining this morning, so please be careful, okay? Ensure that you're able to see clearly even as you drive to work, and just be careful on the road. And well, it's about time we get into the newspapers. We'll say it right. Returns tomorrow, brought to us by Kingdom Books at Kingdom. Quality and affordability are their hallmarks. And Societe Generale Bank Ghana, the future is you. Kweku Asante is here. So is Elton John Brobe. Good morning, Kweku.
Good morning, Mr. Winston.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I mean, like you were talking about earlier on, it's the rains this morning. I mean, coming from Adina, when you get to Shiashi, right after the traffic light headed towards Accra, the road is filled up. In fact, it is less than half a lane available for all motorists to use. So if you live in that side of town and you want to leave, please leave very early, because in the next 25 minutes, things are going to get jam-packed in that side of town, and it's going to cause a lot of traffic before the water recedes from the highway. So it's really serious over there.
But you see, really, I mean, it's rain, but this is just about an hour of rain or an hour and a half.
Yeah, and it didn't even rain very heavily.
And all of a sudden, we're talking about roads getting flooded. Yes, I mean, when I was coming to work, I saw that. But let me say good morning to Abeku Jan Kwansa, who's a tax partner of PwC. Abeku, sorry I had to cut into your favorite praise medley. We'll make it up to you tomorrow. Elton, hope you're well this morning.
Yes, I'm doing well.
Lots of issues in the country. Let's get into the newspaper review. I'm sure we'll get into, all these issues. Brought to us by Syntex Tanker, Stronger Tough, and Access Bank, Modern Banking, and Kel Chaco Toothpaste, Happy Smile. What are the papers saying?
So let's start from the Daily Guide, and it starts with the big story right from yesterday. Mahama suspends Tokunu, comes with a picture of the suspended Chief Justice Gertrude Tokunu and now the acting Chief Justice Paul Bafo Boni. And NPP are calling for an apology from the president over what they call the failed Galamsey fight. And then really disturbing stories, also 3 of them on the front page of the Daily Guide. JHS student lynched over phone, and then man's penis cut off in lavish room. And then
lavish room.
Yes, And then 13 others.
But it's a sad issue.
It's a very, very serious issue.
Very, very serious.
But how come? Was he asleep or something?
I don't know. The story is on page 3. I think he might have gone to the girlfriend's place. We'll get into that. And then there is 13 killed, others injured in Gwari accident. That accident at Suhum yesterday, also making the headlines.
Right. So I mean, it's the same here on the front page of the Ghanaian publisher. We've got a picture of President Mahama and the suspended Chief Justice. All of them looking up to something. It's unclear what they are looking up to, but all of they've got their eyes fixed on something. Ghana's day of shame. As Mahama suspends Chief Justice, minority describes action as judicial coup. And of course, there's also the minority leader Alexander Fenyama-Kendi politicized entrepreneurship, according to him, and he spoke at the Kwahu Business Forum. There's also government mining decisions could spark job losses, repel investors. This is also coming from the minority, but again, I think that the biggest story that broke yesterday and still making rounds this morning is the suspension of the Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. And if I can just go through the minority, the Ghana judicial and political landscape has been shaken by the suspension of the Chief Justice, Her Ladyship Justice Gertrude Araba Esaba Sakitokonu, by President John Mahama, following the establishment of a prima facie case in response to multiple petitions. We're talking about 3 of them seeking her removal from office. And the minority described the suspension as reckless abuse of executive power. The minority in Parliament sharply criticized President Mahama's decision, describing it as politically motivated attempt to interfere with the independence of the judiciary. In a strongly worded statement issued right after the suspension release, the minority called the suspension a brazen judicial coup and a reckless abuse of power, stating that it undermines the judiciary and poses a serious threat to Ghana's democratic institutions. According to the minority, the process appears to be part of a broader political agenda aimed at reshaping the judiciary.
Talking about this story, the latest head of the judiciary, the acting Chief Justice, in the person of Justice Paul Bafuboni, is, we also know who he is and what exactly he stands for in some of these issues. It's also the story that Daily Guide has been leading with. And Justice Paul Bafubani, as we know, appointed to the court in 2008 by President John Ejekum Kufuor. He went there with his peers, Justice Doche and also Justice Eniniebo, who have all since retired. He is set to retire perhaps in 2027 or 2028, and he's going to hold the mantle until a determination is made on Chief Justice Gertrude Tokono. The Daily Guide also definitely has the angle from the minority about this being a brazen judicial coup. They do not believe that the president was right in activating his discretion under the Constitution to suspend the Chief Justice following the determination of a prima facie case in this matter. Winston.
Yes, I mean, look, you would say, let the law take its course, isn't it? If someone is petitioned and if the president determines the prima facie, why not? But you see, when you are in a position and you constantly make comments about the fact that there's a need to reset areas like the judiciary, the Electoral Commission, and then you come into office and go ahead. Now, mind you, just before Akufo-Addo left office, there was a petition. Akufo-Addo deemed that it wasn't worth it, so he didn't act on it. I mean, he consulted the Council of State and realized that it wasn't important because then it didn't become a prima facie. My point simply is this: if Justice Stockholm has done anything wrong and per the laws of this country has to be removed, no problem. But where the NDC in opposition consistently made references to the fact that the judiciary needed a reset, and consistently you had their members, even a lot of their social media guys, demanding the removal of the Chief Justice on a daily basis. And when you speak there, and the reference is that, but Shaltose was removed. We are in for we are in for a problem in this country.
I mean, if it's going to become a cycle
because if look, you may say, but she's done something wrong.
Yeah.
I say, if you didn't say you were going to do it, and it just happened that she's done something wrong, why not? But if we are not careful, we're going to institute a system where the judiciary, after every election, will have a new chief justice.
Yeah, I think, Winston, my problem is given the way the process is shrouded in secrecy, and of course the constitution that says that this process should be held in camera, and then the Supreme Court itself, some years ago, almost a decade ago, ruling that this process must be completely out of the public side in terms of what exactly. So as we speak, none of us know specifically why the chief justice has been suspended. We don't know.
We don't know.
And so even if it's something so grave, for which reason the public would have known that and say that, right on the face of this, there is a basis for which reason the chief justice ought to be suspended, for which reason the process must move forward. We don't know. And I don't think that it is in terms of the constitutional democracy we want to build, it is fair that such a process should be shrouded in secrecy. Of course, I get the idea behind it, and I read Datiba's judgment and the idea behind the process, so that you don't want to put certain allegations. Some of them may be frivolous, and because the process has not concluded, then you put out it just goes out there, destroys names of people, reputations of people. I also think somehow that some way, the way the public conversation has been shaped, and I recognize the point you make about the NDC's commentary in opposition and what they said about doing enforce. Some people have said that this is all a system, and right after the chief justice perhaps falls, the next in line will be the Electoral Commission, etc., etc. But also, what this process, where we are now, is that a prima facie case has been made. That means that on the face of the evidence that has been provided and the chief justice's own response, the president, in conjunction with the Council of State, believe that there is something to investigate.
Right.
And now, as of now, the chief justice has not been deemed guilty.
No, she's not.
Not at all. And in fact, a 5-member committee with 2 of his own peers, her own peers, are going to determine whether or not she should be removed or not. What the president has done is to say that you have to step aside because maybe I don't want you to interfere with the investigation going forward. Because then you have Justice Gabriel Poman.
Really, can she interfere with the investigation?
Well, it's the same reason why police officers are interdicted. If you're a police commander in a region and something happens under your watch, and your subordinates, for instance, are asked to investigate and you are still there, perhaps the idea is that you're going to interfere, or your being there will not allow the investigation to proceed.
Especially if you are a high-ranking officer.
And you are the chief justice.
Yeah, of course. And you've got some of your peers who
are going to be on this, justice, like you said.
But the interesting twist to all of this, and I'm reading some comments on social media by some Ghanaians. This is coming from Frank Kojo. Kojo. He says, the name of the committee members that will adjudicate the chief justice matter should let you know it is finished. And that is what Frank is saying. And then he also asks a very important question. How do we suspend or remove a whole chief justice without the public getting to know why?
Exactly.
This is an unwise constitutional dictate.
And I think the big problem for me is how the Supreme Court interpreted that under Datiba, that this process must be completely shrouded in secrecy up until the end of it. So much so that up until the process is completed and the presidency deemed fit to perhaps communicate the nature of the petition that went in there and what exactly may have caused that. Because if today the president is to be impeached, all of us will know from get-go what exactly that is.
I actually heard, I've heard Sami Jimfi was on
Asempa.
Ekusi saying on Asempa yesterday. He talked about certain aspects of the petition. What I heard, for instance, was I'm sure you may have seen documents on the audit report, for instance, and he confirms that. He talks about how hundreds of thousands of Ghana cedis were spent on the Chief Justice's daughter and husband in a private trip.
According to what is making rounds.
Yes.
109,000 cedis went into the purchase of a first class ticket, and $10,000 as per diem for this person in question.
Yeah, and so he's talked about it, and he said, and listening to me, but you see, for me, and this is not something I've always said, and part of the reason I have always, been cautious in my criticism of the judiciary is the fact that the executive is gone. The legislature is gone. The only arm of government with a sense of, level of independence and respect by the Ghanaian populace is the judiciary.
Do you sense respect for the judiciary, looking at what we hear when judgments come down and all that?
And but you see, this is the point. And I'll say this. Look, up in the election petition, I'm sure the NDC themselves knew the case they had presented.
Well, the CDM just said in court that they didn't bring the evidence when it was questioned.
So you see, you don't go to court with such a case and start a song of unanimous 7, unanimous 7, unanimous 7, and pretend as if you had a case and then the judges ruled against you. That case, right from the get-go, everybody knew that if you go to court and say that per the electoral commissioner, per the chairman of the electoral commission, there shall be a second round, my goodness. That's not where the evidence per your numbers. And it took Justice Appel to say
to do that cross-examination.
That if you do your own addition,
what's the result?
He said he didn't bring the evidence to court.
But first he says, but if you look at this, he says, well, if I look at this, yes, it was won in the first round by the Akufo-Addo. My point simply is this: if Care is not, she's not guilty yet. I've seen the jubilation everywhere. People started, it is today, it is today, it is today. I say, if care is not taken, we will get to a level where in this country, at the end of the tenure of every government, there will be a new Chief Justice.
In fact, the MPP, they've served that notice. In fact, yesterday when I spoke to Richard Anyagba on the polls, he made mention of the fact that if there should be a change in government, we should be prepared to go to a similar route. And so, the tone clearly has been set. But, clearly, this is not a matter that finality has been brought on it. The Chief Justice will have her day before the committee and defend the allegations against. I'm sure that the Council of State is made up of men of integrity, men with professional competence, and if they came to the conclusion that there's a case to be answered, let's give them the benefit of the doubt and then allow the process to go through. I'm sure that it is open, it will be free, it will be fair. We can only trust in the integrity and the proper judgment of the 5-member committee to do a thorough job. And then whatever outcome that they will come up with, back with facts, not just, illusions. Perhaps some sanity will prevail on this matter.
I agree with you completely. And at the end of this process, what we should expect is that the presidency must publish the full set of petitions that went against the Chief Justice, her responses initially, the committee's work, the full transcripts of what may have transpired at the committee level and what might have led to their conclusion, whether or not the Chief Justice ought to be removed or she ought to stay in office. That must come to douse all these, because of course, if just for the sake of argument, if the evidence were to come out today and the public was satisfied that, this is good enough basis to do this, then it will quell all the back talks and all the concern.
But I'm interested in this. I'm interested in some clarity on this matter. If indeed one of the allegations against the Chief Justice is that she and her husband traveled on a private visit, and then the daughter was also with them, and state funds was used to purchase a ticket and pay the. I have seen past president and current president travel with their families. So is it a case that the rules apply to certain category of people and doesn't apply to certain category of people?
I guess it's a big conversation. Are we holding the Chief Justice and other persons to a higher standard than we are going to do to certain political office holders? And for instance, we saw when it came to the Ford car issue, when he was raised in Parliament.
If the Auditor General flags it, it means unacceptable. As a point, if the Auditor General flags that expenditure, it means.
But we see that with Public Accounts Committee, with executives, they go there and go and put up very shoddy defenses. And they get to retain their office and come back the next year with the same issues. And some of these, again, if there are procurement irregularities, for instance, some of them can be ratified at the end of the day and all that. It's a big conversation.
Let's get to the online news review. The online news review brought to us by Zenith Bank, in your best interest, and Goil Good Energy Goil, India. And this is an assault on the judiciary. NPP's Frank Davis criticizes Chief Justice suspension. This taints Ghana's image abroad. Some of you to criticize this Chief Justice suspension. Now, they want her out because she's not liked. NPP Legal Head condemns attack on Chief Justice, and Minority condemns attack on condemns Mahama's suspension of Chief Justice as judicial coup. You talked about that, Elton, and also Tamale Teaching Hospital CEO sacked.
Winston, let me make a point about this. I don't get this point about politicians going into hospitals with cameras and then confronting hospital staff about what is going wrong, what is not going wrong, and making a scene, and then making these poor doctors who are working in unimaginable situations as the ones causing all this problem. If a hospital does not have a ventilator, what can a doctor do about it? Doctors are going all in to try and save patients. Some of them are going into their own pocket. Why are politicians going to hospitals with cameras? If you are the Minister of Health, are there no inventories of supposed facilities that are not working? What is going on? And if a CEO, then they tell the doctor, keep quiet. I tell you to keep quiet. As though it's a senior housemaster and a student in a dormitory. What is going on?
Well, thank you very much. Let's go for the BBC News brought to us by Fidelity Bank. Believe with us.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
After a long flight, Safari Homes gives you the peace to unwind. A short drive from the airport, convenient for all. For nature lovers, Safari Valley Resort is a hidden gem, surrounded by lush greenery and luxury amenities. A place where you can truly escape. Now, for water adventure, Aqua Safari Resort has it all. Jet skis, canoe rides, kayaking, and a visit to the estuary. And for more excitement, Safari Eco Park is the perfect place to get closer to some amazing animals.
Visit Safari World in Ghana, together bringing you closer to nature.
Paying or getting paid? Koba day for you.
Driver, I don't have cash on you.
Oh, madam, you can pay through Koba.
Oh, you use Koba too? That makes it easy.
Receive payment from your customers and make bulk payment in just a few clicks.
Madam, I received the money.
Hello, Coffee.
Mom, you still haven't sent me the airtime, and the house internet is finished. My game.
I'm sorry, darling. Do that right away.
With Koba, you can send airtime to your friends and family and load data for some great entertainment.
Oh!
Madam, here are the food stuff.
Thank you.
You can use the short code *365# or the Koba mobile app to make your payment.
Get a designated short code today and start receiving payment with real-time visibility into all your payments with Koba. Pay your suppliers and staff in just a few clicks. For more information, call 0200-404010.
Koba there, you click pew
and you hear pew pew. Transaction done.
Koba, our life simplified.
Dear business owner, congrats on not giving up on your business. You deserve a medal, and your business deserves to be taken to the next level. In fact, it's about time you run a Zenith Bank SME account so you and your business can enjoy the perks of the Zenith SME Business Card. Oga and Oga Madam status.
The Zenith SME Business Card is a Visa debit card for making secure payments for goods and services. Enjoy great benefits such as free customized digital SME training, free marketing toolkits, access to Visa practical skills training, and more. Unlock the potential of your business today. Visit any Zenith Bank branch nationwide and sign up for the Zenith SME Business Card, the ultimate payment solution for SMEs. For more information, visit www.zenithbank.com.gh or call 0302-680-884 or 0307-086-370. Zenith Bank, in your best interests.
coffee in your cup, and Joy on the set, the Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
The world's radio station.
Coming up from the BBC World Service, The Interview. Conversations with people shaping our world. With me, Dan Rowan, sports editor for BBC News. For this episode of The Interview, I speak to the billionaire businessman and co-owner of Manchester United Football Club, Sir Jim Ratcliffe. He's the boss of the chemical group Ineos. A lifelong United fan, he's been running the club for just over a year. He's cut hundreds of jobs, got rid of various perks for Manchester United staff, and raised ticket prices. His business-like approach has not gone down well with fans.
I know it's unpopular, and some of the decisions we have to make are unpleasant, but they are necessary. If people want to see Manchester United winning trophies again, we have to do all this stuff. I mean, it's difficult stuff, it's unpopular. It'd be much nicer if we didn't have to do it. But if we don't do it, we'll just finish up where we've been for the last 12 years.
Sir Jim Ratcliffe. Hear more on The Interview after the news.
Hello, I'm Moira Alderson with the BBC News. Ukrainian officials say a Russian drone attack has killed at least 9 people in the city of Mahanets in the Dnipropetrovsk region. They said a bus carrying people to work had been hit. 30 passengers were wounded. Our correspondent, John Donison, is in Kiev.
The kamikaze drone hit a bus carrying people who were on their way to work in the town of Mahanets, according to the head of the local regional council. Pictures from the scene show a big hole in the roof of the bus and blood on the floor. Mahanets sits on the western side of the Dnipro River, the front line in this war. It has come under heavy shelling from Russian forces across the water to the east. Nearby is the Russian-occupied Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant.
A solemn procession will transfer the body of Pope Francis to St. Peter's Basilica today. A service will take place before mourners are allowed to file past his open coffin to make a personal farewell to the Pope, who died on Monday. His body will lie in state for the next 3 days. Sarah Rainsford is in St. Peter's Square in Rome.
We are, of course, building towards the really big moment, which is the funeral, which begins on Saturday morning. And that is when not only Catholics and other curious onlookers will be here in St. Peter's Square and in the streets around. Of course, then that is when world leaders and members of royal families from many countries will be here for that funeral. We know that the King and Queen of Spain will be here. We know that the Prince of Wales will be here. We know that the British Prime Minister will come. We also know that Donald Trump was the first person to announce he was going to come here for the funeral.
Sarah Rainsford with that report. The Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been briefed by top security officials on the deadly attack by Kashmiri separatists on domestic tourists near the resort of Falgam. The gunmen killed at least 26 people. Survivors said non-Muslim men were singled out. Yogita Limiye is in Kashmir.
There's an uneasy calm in Srinagar this morning. What we're seeing is that there's a shutdown across the region. Schools, businesses, shops, all have been closed down. Last night there were candlelight vigils, candlelight protests by locals who were protesting against these attacks. What we're seeing here at the airport, locals have told us, as well as tour operators, are an increased number of people who are now trying to leave Srinagar, who are trying to leave Kashmir.
Asian stock markets have responded positively to remarks by President Trump about good progress in trade negotiations with China. He said a deal would result in substantially lower tariffs, though not reduced to zero. Traders are also buoyed by his comment that he would not sack America's central bank chairman. The 3 main US stock indices jumped by more than 2% on Tuesday, lifted by the US Treasury Secretary describing the current situation as unsustainable. BBC News. Shares in Tesla have risen by nearly 5% in after-hours trading in the United States. It follows remarks by the electric car maker's billionaire boss, Elon Musk, who says he's likely to scale back his work for the Trump administration next month. Analysts have warned of brand damage because of Mr. Musk's role at what's called the Department of Government Efficiency, where he's overseen large, often controversial cuts to federal programs. Tesla has reported a 71% drop in quarterly profits. The authorities in the Dominican Republic say they deported more than 130 Haitian women and children on the first day of a crackdown on undocumented migrants in hospitals. More than half the 87 women arrested on Monday were pregnant. The rest had recently given birth. Haitians have been crossing the border to escape poverty and gang violence. The US health authorities say the use of synthetic dyes in food will be banned from the end of next year. The Commissioner for the Food and Drug Administration, Marty Makary, cited studies linking petroleum-based dyes to conditions including attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, which food companies dispute. Mr. Makary advocated the use of natural ingredients.
For companies that are currently using petroleum-based red dye, try watermelon juice or beet juice. For companies currently combining petroleum-based yellow chemical and red dyes together, try carrot juice.
The dyes are used in breakfast cereals, confectionery and beverages. In an unusual case of wildlife trafficking, 4 people are due to appear in court in Nairobi for sentencing over their attempt to illegally export thousands of live ants from Kenya. The group, 2 Belgian teenagers, a Vietnamese national and a Kenyan, pleaded guilty earlier this month. About 5,000 queen ants were found carefully concealed in modified packaging. BBC News.
You are starting life, you want financial freedom. You know where to go for your child's education, financial freedom. We got solutions just for you. For your retirement plan, employee wellness and benefits. Old Mutual, your preferred insurer. Old Mutual is the best.
What are you waiting for? Come and join us. Call us on 030-7600. Old Mutual. Do great things every day.
Do great things every day. Do great things every day.
If you have 250 Ghana cedis right now, it can do wonders for you. Chairman, Fabeji, it could turn your tears into joy in the Access Bank Fakitwabeji Kesiye promo. Madam, Fabeji, it could get you up to 50,000 Ghana cedis cash prize. Business owner, Fabeji. As a student, make transactions with your Access Bank card, and that could get you Spotify and Netflix subscriptions, PS5, iPhone 16 Pro Max, and more. This be out of class senso. Fabeji, you see what 250 Ghana cedis can do for you? And Gasakra. Fabeji, it's the Access Bank Fakitwabeji Kesiye promo. Deposit a minimum of 250 Ghana cedis and its multiples in your new or existing account and be on your way to winning a share of the 580,000 Ghana cedis in cash prizes and other amazing rewards. The more you deposit, the more your chances of winning. Promo runs from now to September 2025. This promo is in partnership with NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform. Terms and conditions apply. Access Bank, more than banking.
Coffee in your cup and Joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM. Coffee in your cup and Joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
Odobe Kume here on the Super Morning Show. I don't know why Jojo decided to, well, it's a wet morning. I don't know what's going through his mind that he decides to play this one. But anyway, this morning here on the Super Morning Show, we'll be, bringing you the new Corruption Watch. And Corruption Watch has been with us since 2017, and we're bringing it back. But also coming up this morning, of course, we have to have a conversation about the suspension of the Chief Justice. Now, many people have talked about it. Many people have raised concerns. Some excited. Some have said, why didn't the president, for instance, tell us the reasons why he was suspending her? Because this is discretionary power. And so he probably should say, this is the reason I'm suspending her. Not just saying she's been suspended and then that is the end of it. Well, we'll get into this conversation later on the Super Morning Show. But let's get interactive. Join us on X. Use the hashtag JoySMS and also send us a WhatsApp message on 05511119997. Do you think, for instance, that the president should be giving us reasons, for suspending the Chief Justice, Gertrude Tokon? Or you'd say, well, the Constitution doesn't say he should give us reasons. It says the president may, so he has. It's within his power. Well, and that's the end of it. So I want to know what your thoughts are. This morning we'll speak to somebody who was with a consultative assembly. He understands these issues. He will tell us, what the idea of the framers of the Constitution were. It's always been, what the idea was. It's always been the conversation about, well, what did the framers of the Constitution intend when they actually put, that in there.
Right.
In the past, these are the times that I miss my father, because in the past I would have called him and said, you're part of the consultative assembly.
Yeah.
So what?
With all his experience,
the debates
giving you some nuggets and all that.
Oh yes,
to
he used
help
to
you
tell
better
me,
appreciate the process.
This is why we did this and that and that and that. But today you have to rely on others.
Yeah.
As if they have time for you.
Exactly.
Anyway, from the dreams of youth to the ambitions of adulthood, wherever you are on your journey, starting a career, building a family, growing a business, or planning your future, we're here for your journey. Every goal deserves to flourish, and with hard work, dedication, and a strong belief in yourself, the seed of greatness is within reach. So trust in the journey and understand that Fidelity Bank is with you every step of the way. Together, let's turn your dreams into reality. We're here for your journey. Fidelity Bank, believe with us.
Well, Winston, there's a lot of conferencing around, a lot of in town these days, and conferencing just doesn't have to be the same boring routine. The location for your next conference can both be resort-centered and relaxing. Aqua Safari Resort gives you the best of both worlds and more. Let them take out the stress out of that process of your conferencing, and just call them on 054 011 0190. Taking that again, 054 011 0190, and watch your conferences and events effortlessly taken care of. And then Kingdom Books and Stationery Limited, your number one supplier of quality office essentials, equipment and furniture at affordable prices, has introduced an online store for your shopping convenience. This means you can now shop by simply logging on to www.kingdomstoreonline.com, www.kingdomstoreonline.com, without physically coming to any of our branches. It is hassle-free. We'll also arrange delivery to your homes and offices within a reasonable time. We offer free delivery within Accra and Tema and accept payment via mobile money across all networks. Terms and conditions, however, apply at Kingdom. Quality and affordability is our hallmark.
And Ghana, let's talk water tanks. Do you know the secret to real water storage? Well, it's simple. If your tank doesn't have the tortoise on it, then it's not the correct tank. That's right. The tortoise tank, Syntex tank, is the champion of water tanks. They're strong and durable and built to handle our Ghanaian weather. Rain or shine, Syntex tank has your back. So when people go outside, check your tank. If it doesn't have the tortoise on it, it's time to upgrade. My son was asking me, Daddy, does our tank have the tortoise on it?
You see, yes, it's a big one on it.
Yes. Join the Syntex family today and enjoy water storage that's tough like a tortoise. Call 0244-335-168 to buy now or find one of our 400 agents nationwide. You can also shop online at syntexgh.com. Syntex tank air strong, air tough.
Discover MNC Group Global, your number one partner in real estate, minerals trading and export, logistics and food commodity trading. With our global presence, we connect markets that drive business growth with tailor-made solutions to meet your needs. Trust us to maximize your value in every deal. Reach us at mncgroup@mncgroupgh.com. MNC Group, totally reliant.
Now, look, grab the chance to win big in the Access Bank Fakito Abeji Kese promo. Simply deposit a minimum of 250 Ghana cedis into your new existing Access Bank current or savings account to join the promo. Increase it to 500 cedis or more and qualify for a draw for our young customer solo account. Spend 500 cedis or more with any Access Visa card after your 250 deposit and qualify for a reward. Now, the more you deposit, the higher your chances of winning. Don't sit back, deposit now and stand a chance to win a share of over 500,000 in cash and other amazing rewards like PS5, iPhone 16, Chromebook, and much more in 4 monthly mini draws and 2 mega draws. This promo runs from now till September 2025 in partnership with NLA on the Characters Lottery platform. Terms and conditions apply. Join the Fakito Abeji Kese train, save now for the future and win big. For more information, visit our website ghana.accessbankplc.com or call our toll-free 0800 004400. Access Bank, more than banking.
And have you heard about the incredible benefits of Exilium from Total Energies? Let me tell you about this premium fuel with this amazing 3-in-1 power. Total Energies introduces Exilium new formula, the additive enriched fuel with this powerful 3-in-1 action that cleans your engine, extends its life, and lowers your fuel consumption. Thanks to the cumulative effect of its anti-corrosion, anti-wear, and detergent additives, Exilium new formula also lowers your vehicle's fuel consumption while reducing carbon dioxide emissions. You will drive, sir. Experience the difference with Total Energies Exilium new formula. Choose Exilium, choose quality.
Well, I'm sure you've heard the good news because SG Ghana is giving away lots of amazing prizes, including a brand new luxurious Toyota RAV4 Adventure in the SG Ghana Deposit and Drive promo. Simply deposit 500 Ghana cedis or multiples of it into your SG Ghana account and stand a chance of winning big. Non-customers can open an account to participate. So from now till the 30th of May 2025, you can win amazing prizes, including trips to Singapore or Dubai, Samsung mobile phones, air fryers, microwaves, TVs, or the ultimate prize, a brand new Toyota RAV4 from Toyota Ghana Company Limited. Mia will be Trust 7 Wati. The more you deposit, the better your chances of winning. So join the SG Ghana Deposit and Drive promo today. Visit your nearest branch or call 0302-214-314 for further inquiries. And this promo is regulated by NLA on the Characters Lottery platform. Terms and conditions apply. Societe Generale Ghana. The future is you. So let's get interactive. Just join us on X, use the hashtag JoySMS, and then on WhatsApp 055-1111-997. I'll be glad to know what your thoughts are. But experience the thrill of easy banking with Zenith Bank this season. Enjoy 24-hour access to Zenith Bank's secure digital banking channels from the comfort of your home, office, or wherever you are. Make quick and easy payments with your Zenith MasterCard, Visa card, or EasyPay GH Dual card, or simply use the Z Mobile Ghana app, Zenith Internet Banking, or dial star 966 hash to manage your account, buy data bundles and airtime, make payments and more. Charlie, no stress, no long waits, just smooth, secure and instant banking at your fingertips. For a full bouquet of Zenith Bank's digital banking channels, visit zenithbank.com.gh or call 0542 000 or 0302680884. Zenith Bank, in your best interest. Coming up is sports, your birthday messages here on the Super Morning Show.
Hey, so as for you, every day you are just pressing your phone. Why? Are they paying you?
They are, Oma.
Eh?
The more I use my MTN, the more points I get. And I can use those points to get airtime, data, and even discounts at shops and restaurants.
Hey, so that is why all of you are always pressing your phones. And you won't tell us, so that we can enjoy some.
Oh, ma.
There's always more to enjoy with MTN Rewards. Just keep talking, testing, and browsing all day, every day to collect your points and use it to redeem amazing offers and discounted freebies right away. There's so much available for you. So dial star 550 hash and get your reward today. Let's go everywhere you go.
Kweku, have you heard what they are doing on MTN?
Imagine a world where your home or business is powered by the sun's boundless energy. Picture your rooftop transformed into a solar sanctuary, radiating with eco-friendly vibes and city-saving brilliance. Well, dream no more. With Standard Chartered's renewable energy loans, you can turn this dream into a dazzling reality. And guess what? Our renewable energy loans come at very low rates. That's right, we are not just offering loans, we are offering the keys to your solar-powered kingdom. Say goodbye to high electricity bills and step into a new world where every watt generated is a step towards a brighter, more sustainable future. So if you're ready to take control of your energy destiny and switch to solar today, give us a shout on any of the following phone lines: 050-153-5789, 050-153-5790, 0244-674154. Let's chart a course for a brighter tomorrow and make your solar dreams shine brighter than ever before. Standard Chartered, here for good.
FPAC is effective for headaches and relieves the symptoms of flu, colds, and catarrh. FPAC blows away the pain associated with sore throats. During and after a hard day's work, FPAC relieves you of body pains. After the day's sports workout, FPAC helps the body to control the aching muscles. FPAC is effective against feverishness. FPAC reduces body temperature associated with malaria and other fevers. FPAC is effective against rheumatic pains. You can find FPAC in all pharmacy and chemical seller shops throughout the country. FPAC is not recommended for children less than 16 years of age, ulcer and asthmatic patients, pregnant and lactating mothers. If symptoms persist for more than 2 days, consult your doctor. FPAC blows your pain away.
FPAC Junior follows in the tradition of FPAC tablets, a trusted friend to relieve your child of pain associated with teething, catarrh, cold and fever. The good that FPAC does for you, FPAC Junior does for your child. FPAC Junior is for children between 6 months and 12 years. FPAC Junior blows your child's pain away.
Right, and now time for birthday messages here on the Super Morning Show, brought to us by
MTN.
Everywhere you go. And Bank of Africa, the African bank with global reach. Bank of Africa, strong as a group,
as close as a partner.
And let's see whose birthday it is today. So, there's one. Okay. This one says, a special shout out to our sales manager of Super Cement, Kojo Arthur, on his belated birthday, wishing you continued success and business. So it's a belated happy birthday to commercial director for Super Cement, Kobe Adams, celebrating his birthday today. And a big birthday to Togbe Apede as well. Oh, today's the Agbogbo Mefia's birthday.
Oh.
The Agbogbo Mefia of that ugly traditional area. Togbe Apede, happy birthday to you. From all of us at Super Cement, they celebrate you and wish you greatness and more years ahead. You have any birthday shouts?
No, I think I'm all right. Yeah.
Okay, I think I have another one here. There's a happy birthday to Dorothy Efiamponsa. You're graceful and pretty. I pray for that God grants you the desires of your heart and perfects everything concerning your life. Enjoy your day. I love you, Sissy. Okay. Anyway, I'm sure. So that's it from me. It means we can get into the Sports Center now, which is proudly brought to us by
MTN.
Everywhere you go, Standard Chartered Bank, here for good. And Franco Trading Steel, phone Papa Fie. as well as FPAC blows your pain away, and the football season is heating up. Catch every thrilling moment of the FA Cup, Europa and Champions League finals live and in HD this April and May on DSTV. DSTV,
your home of entertainment.
Okay, and look, MTN says they have exciting news for everyone looking to join the MTN family or grab an extra MTN SIM card. All MTN SIM cards are available for the incredible price of just 10 Ghana cedis. Yes, you heard right. It's only 10 Ghana cedis. So head down to any MTN service center, connect a store or your nearest authorized community shop to take advantage of this fantastic offer. Remember to purchase your new SIM card and get connected. All you need to bring is your valid Ghana card. It's that simple. Don't buy your SIM anywhere else for more than 10 Ghana cedis. So what are you waiting for? Experience the most amazing network when you join the Yellow family today.
Now, Franco Trading is where you need to go for your Nokia, Samsung, iPhone, and all other mobile phone brands. You can also get smart TVs from 32 to 100 inches wide. You could get air conditioners, Franco air conditioners, from 1.5 to 2.5 horsepower. They've got chest freezers, refrigerators, washing machines, microwaves, blenders, and of course, an amazing CCTV camera set with some great features. Now, you can get all of these at a 40% discount when you buy on their digital platforms. So here's what you need to do. Call them on 0246 422 338 or just download the Franco app from the Google Play Store. You can also just go to francotrading.com to learn more. Franco, still phone papa perfie.
And at Standard Chartered, we believe it's essential to take the right step towards achieving financial stability. So now is the perfect opportunity to set your financial goals and start on the right path. And an input from a professional can make the difference. At Standard Chartered Wealth Management Limited Company, you have access to a wide range of investment options that offer you monthly and half-yearly interest payments through diversified investment portfolios. Call us on 0233 000041 or 0200 127755 or visit us on the 4th floor of the Opebia House Airport, Accra today and speak with our certified investment advisors on what options suit your financial objectives and risk appetite. Let's get into sports now.
Yeah, if you don't mind, though, a very late entry that just came up. Happy birthday to Gloria Nana Ajiman Prempe. She works for the Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority in Takrady. She's currently on her holidays, but happy birthday to you, Gloria.
Okay, which means let me just do this late entry also. This is wishing Mr. Samuel Tetequino and Mrs. Irajo Jan, both of Standard Chartered Bank, a blessed and glorious birthday. May the good Lord make both of you great, and it's coming from John Ohene Asari to you. Okay, thank you very much. Victor, what's happening in the world of sports?
Well, Kumasi Asante Kotoko have decided to give all of us work by firing their manager. They did that. Prosper Natiogum, he's moved on. They've got a new manager who's been announced, a former player, won 5 Premier League titles, 2 FA Cups in a 9-year spell, and also was part of the team that won Kotoko's last CAF Champions League title. You know him? Yes.
Oh, he's left Dreams, right?
Yes, he's left Dreams FC. And in Spain, Barcelona, they were made to work for that 1-0 win over Mallorca that was played last night. But in England,
Doku skipping clear of Disasi, cross the face, and it's Mateus Nunes who wins it at the death for Manchester City.
Man City take a massive step towards Champions League qualification with the late winner against Aston Villa to move up to 3rd in the Premier League table. Barcelona, they also edged Mallorca by 1-0 to open a 7-point lead in La Liga ahead of Real Madrid's game tonight. But first, Kumasi Asante Kotoko have appointed Abdul Karim Zito as their technical director and interim coach until a substantive appointment is made. This follows the sacking of Prosper Natiogum on Monday after a run of poor performances. Razak Musbao has more in this report.
Coach Karim Zito held his first training session following his appointment as interim head coach and technical director of Kumasi Asante Kotoko at the club's training ground at Adako Jache, leading a new era in the club's technical restructuring. A former player and coach of the club, Zito returns to the Porcupine Warriors with a proven track record at both club and national levels. The veteran trainer recently guided Dreams FC to a historic CAF Confederations Cup semi-final and famously led Ghana's under-20 team to the 2021 Africa Under-20 Cup of Nations title. His dual role is expected to bring stability and direction as the club continues its search for a substantive head coach. Joining him in the reshaped technical setup is Prince Yao Owusu, who takes up the role of assistant coach. With over 2 decades of coaching experience across Ghana, Sudan, and the United States, Prince Owusu's portfolio includes stints with Mediama Sporting Club, Inter Allies, and the Ghana Under-20 and Under-17 national teams. He is widely recognized for his work in nurturing talent who have progressed to top European clubs like AC Milan, Genoa, Sassuolo, and Fiorentina. Additionally, former technical director Malik Jaber has been named technical advisor. In this strategic role, he will offer high-level guidance to support the club's long-term vision. Asante Kotoko says the appointment forms part of its renewed commitment to building a strong, forward-thinking technical structure to ensure consistent success on the pitch. The club also hopes that these new appointments will help keep its hopes of playing in the CAF Confederations Cup or the CAF Champions League alive. Ogum, who rejoined the Porcupine Warriors in July 2023, endured a difficult second half of the ongoing 2024-25 Ghana Premier League campaign. Despite the team's recent struggles, he managed to lead Kotoko to the semi-finals of the MTN FA Cup.
Well, let's get some reactions to that decision then, shall we? And communications manager of the club, Samuel Safoduku, he's been speaking to Joy Sports about the sacking of Ogum, and he's justified the decision.
You will agree with me that we're doing the best management in terms of providing the necessary support and motivation. We have always indicated that protocol in terms of player motivation, if you are not the best, will be among the best 2 in the country, and you can attest to that. Then, obviously, the blames will be put on the technical team. That is solely responsible for improving the performance of the team, which unfortunately is not happening. And in the couple of matches that we have played, things have gotten so bad.
Well, Safoduku also revealed that Kotoko's target for Karim Zito is to win the double.
Yes, Coach Karim Zito is not new in the system. He has been around, he has been following the local league. He knows the players very well. So we think that he will have no time to holiday. The other way, he has moved into action. And having a fair idea of the Kotoko team gives him the advantage to be able to fit into the system so quickly. And so he will have to put on course the mission that we set for ourselves, that is winning the double. We are still on course. 6 points behind the league leaders. A total of 18 points are at stake for grabs. We think that with the experience and the pedigree of Coach Karim Zito and Coach Usu, they should be able to keep that dream alive.
We'll see how that goes. Now, the football activities of the African Schools Championship kick off today at the University of Ghana Stadium, where Ghana's under-15 boys take on Uganda at 11:30 in the morning. Ghana's under-15 girls are also scheduled to face Morocco at 12:30 p.m. today. Let's talk athletics next, because the 10th edition of the Millennium Marathon was launched yesterday with improved prizes. Benar Dafiamapo of George Sports Desk reports from the Accra Sports Stadium.
The event, which was held at the Press Center of the Accra Sports Stadium, was graced by several dignitaries, including the Minister for Sports and Recreation, Kofi Adams, Director of the National Sports Authority, Yawan Pofuankra, and President of Ghana Athletics, Bawa Fuseini, among others. Since its inception in 2015, the Millennium Marathon has steadily grown into a globally recognized brand, drawing thousands of athletes from around the world. This year is no exception, with an estimated 12,000 athletes expected to participate. Catherine Martin, co-founder and race director, described this year's event as a rebirth of the marathon.
We decided to rebrand Millennium Marathon because we realized that as we are growing, we need to look at the social dimension of the race. It's not just about athletes. And particularly because we are having influx of regular people, families, fitness enthusiasts, students coming, we realize that we have to look at community and how the marathon can go beyond athletics and support communities.
This year's edition is also set to see significant increase in prize money. The first place winners in both the men's and women's categories will receive 75,000 Ghana cedis, while second and third place will take home 50,000 Ghana cedis and 30,000 Ghana cedis respectively. Additionally, athletes who place between 4th and 25th will receive consolation prizes.
Still on track and field events, a group of weightlifters enlisted with Just Keep Going have accused the Ghana Weightlifting Federation of sabotaging its athletes by not allowing them to compete at the championship in Mauritius. Here are excerpts of a statement released by their Chief Executive Officer, Kevin Frey.
As the CEO of Just Keep Going, I feel compelled to respond to the disturbing events that unfolded at the African Weightlifting Championships in Mauritius. A decision, unilateral, unjust and deeply damaging, was made to withdraw Ghana's top athletes, including Gabriel Owusu, Marie Koko Agba Hughes, Paul Agrama Ajay Abraham, and Sylvanus Kublenu, from the competition without reason or process. This reckless interference by Mr. Jerry Ahmed Shuaib, whose term as president of the Ghana Weightlifting Federation has already ended, has not only sabotaged the efforts of these elite athletes, but also embarrassed Ghana on the continental stage. These athletes are not only medal contenders, they are the faces of Ghanaian resilience, discipline, and excellence.
As a statement from the group read to you by my colleague Adamu Benin Abdul Karim. Meanwhile, the Ghana Weightlifting Federation has provided immediate response denying these allegations.
To be absolutely clear, the athletes were not withdrawn. They were never approved or cleared to represent the Ghana Weightlifting Federation in the first place. Their participation was not authorized by the Federation, nor were they part of any formal registration submitted to the Weightlifting Federation of Africa. What occurred was a unilateral and unsanctioned attempt by some individuals, something no responsible sporting body would endorse. The Federation remains fully committed to developing, empowering, and supporting Ghanaian athletes as it always has. However, such support must exist within a framework of respect for structures, legal compliance, and mutual accountability. No athlete, sponsor, or third party will be permitted to act in ways that compromise the authority or credibility of the Federation.
In England, Matheus Nunes struck deep into stoppage time to give Man City a priceless victory over fellow top 5 contenders Aston Villa at the Etihad Stadium in the battle for a Champions League place. So what could be a preview of next month's FA Cup final looks set to end level as City struggle to find a way through the Villa defence after Marcus Rashford cancelled out Bernardo Silva's early opener from the penalty spot. But with their final attack, substitute Jeremy Doku skipped past Axel Disasi down the left side, then delivered a brilliant slow cross with the outside of his boots, which rolled perfectly through the 6-yard box for Nunes, who drilled his first Premier League goal of the season into the bottom corner. Pep Guardiola says the importance of this win cannot be underestimated.
Of course it's important. We don't have to be scientists to realize that we play against Aston Villa, one of the best teams. We saw the games against Newcastle, saw the games against PSG, the top form, the quality, the manager, and everything. So it's an extraordinary team, but we did perform like we were in the past. The commitment, we concede not much, and we didn't create much neither, but we control most of the game. The back four again had been amazing, all the players. So in terms of qualification for the Champions League, for the points, of course it's important.
Well, that result leaves Manchester City or pushes them into third place with 61 points. Arsenal, meanwhile, will be in action later tonight when they play Crystal Palace at the Emirates Stadium at 7 p.m. Mikel Arteta says his team will give everything to win that match.
Our incentive is to win our game and do our best to continue with the run that we are in right now. The rest we cannot control. Well, it's what we have. Let's take the opportunity, first of all, and the right to win the game tomorrow against a really good side that they have a really good record away from home as well. And after that, we'll have time to prepare the game really well.
Well, Dani Olmo also scored the decisive goal as Barcelona dominated Mallorca to extend their lead at the top of La Liga. The Spain midfielder scored 41 seconds into the second half after Barcelona failed to score with any of the 24 shots they took in the first half. Barca now hold a 7 points lead at the top of the table, with the closest challengers Real Madrid playing Getafe later tonight. That ends the Joy Sports Center.
Real Madrid,
Oh. Well, as for Getafe, they will beat Getafe. But the real asset test is against Barcelona on April 26th.
But they can beat Barcelona.
They cannot.
Well, everything is possible in football.
No.
You're suggesting that Real Madrid can beat Barcelona.
My former boss used to tell me that anything that can go wrong will go wrong. This idea that you are clinging on to hope that something has to go in your favor. The last two meetings between the two sides, Did you check? Did you not just the results? Look, even the 5-2, it could have ended in 10.
Oh, Ancelotti will perform magic because this is his last chance to save his job. Otherwise, he's gone.
In fact, you see, desire cannot manufacture special attributes for anyone. Ancelotti has struggled to find a solution for this team all season. He's not suddenly going to wish one into existence simply because needs must.
What's the problem with the team?
They lack balance. I think the defense is quite leaky. So if you look at the midfield options, there is no one in that team who can make it stick. There's no thinker in that midfield. It's all power. It's all athleticism, right? And that's how come when they come up against teams like Arsenal, teams with a semblance of cohesiveness and compactness, they will just be knocking the ball around without any choreographed attacking patterns because they've not been coached to play in that way. This season, more than ever, they are relying on individual brilliance.
Oh, the Jude Bellinghams and all those, they're not thinking in midfield.
I'm saying that. So when I say you know football, don't do that. When I say thinkers, I'm talking about a midfield creator.
Sure, I know.
Someone who can help you control a game, right? Someone who can allow the team to breathe when the team needs to. You don't have that in Bellingham. You don't have that in Camavinga. You don't have that in Chouameni. You certainly don't have that in what's his name, Valverde. Modric can do that for you, but he can last all of 25 minutes. If the momentum takes him 30 minutes maximum, he's done.
So why does he start matches?
So that's the problem. So he will fade as the game progresses. Ancelotti knows, so he cannot start him. The closest you would come to in finding that kind of profile is Dani Ceballos, and he's been in and out of the team, right? And that's not even to say that he offers you that. But even when he's been on the pitch, Madrid have still looked like they lack something. And at the back, their problems are also well documented. So that and the fact that Barca seem to find very easy, this particular Barcelona team this season, find it very easy to find solutions around them. And the ease with which they carve them open and create chances. At this level, you don't create that many chances and not finish them. And
which means they should have convinced Toni Kroos to stay.
Not necessarily.
34 years.
No. I always tell people that, you see, that style of playing is not the only way to play. Even for Real Madrid, who are used to, right, getting it from Toni Kroos. Look at Liverpool. How much control do they have in midfield? If you want to go by the definition of a classic controller in the Toni Kroos, they don't have any. But they still play really good football. In fact, they haven't had one for as long as I can remember. Even under Jurgen Klopp, they didn't have that kind. High pressing, high octane football, high intensity. And I think in the modern era, the best Premier League team I've seen, the most exciting to watch, was certainly the 2019 Klopp team. Right? So this idea that you don't have one player, it is an excuse. It's not a reason. Your coach has to find the solutions. Every squad has its own unique set of skill sets that you
keep a 38-year-old man and a 34-year-old man retires.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying it is not an excuse. Ancelotti, a different coach could find a different way of playing. Would it guarantee them as much success as they've had in the past? Maybe not. But in some of the games that they've gone out with a whimper, perhaps they would have been a bit more competitive. And I think that the foundation to bring some of their key actors into play and make them thrive would have been better. Because what is coaching? Coaching essentially is creating an enabling environment for your best players to be able to thrive.
Okay.
If that's not happening, you're not coaching.
Arsenal is playing today.
Yeah, Crystal Palace, 7
PM.
They'll
win.
Oh, yeah, they win.
My challenge is with the Champions League. You see, I have a feeling that what happened in 2005 is going to happen.
2006.
No. Let me explain. 2005, when Michael Owen left Liverpool in 2004, believing that he was going to win the Champions League with
Real Madrid,
and then ends up. So I see a similar thing happening to Kylian Mbappe.
They are my pick to win the Champions League.
Okay, PSG.
Yeah.
If
they don't, I think Barcelona will.
Yeah, I think that PSG could just get this. So sorry, Arsenal fans, but it may not be yours. Anyway, let's get interactive this morning. Social media messages here on the Super Morning Show. Brought to us by EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa, and number 10 liver salt, a refreshing relief. And you know, everyday people face different emergencies. Police emergency, fire emergency, medical emergency, you name them. But many Ghanaians don't know the emergency numbers. Well, here's one you would always want to remember. Star 770 hash, yes, star 770 hash is the EcoBank money emergency number. It gives you instant access to loans, fund transfers, utility bill payments, airtime and data purchases, and so much more. Now, you don't need internet for this. Just dial star 770 hash. No need to panic in any money emergency because EcoBank will always come to your rescue. Dial star 770 hash for your money emergencies. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. And this morning, I would want to know, what your thoughts are on the suspension of the Chief Justice. Some have said, well, the president should give reasons. I mean, let's know why he decided to suspend her. Others have argued and they've made the point that, well, the president may, so he's just decided. And so what's the big deal after all? The Constitution doesn't say the president should provide reasons. So why do you expect him to provide reasons? Where do you stand in all of this? I'd love to hear from you. So get on to X, use the hashtag JoySMS. And then on WhatsApp, 05511119997. Stay with us. We'll be right back after these messages.
EcoBank Mobile, they make me say, oh yeah. EcoBank Mobile, they make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy, yeah. Oh yeah. Download it. You gon' enjoy it. In my Brahmin chain. In my Brahmin chain. Come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit. You can pay school fees, even chest tights with the Apple. EcoBank Apple.
Charlie J. Nabu. Life is easy with the EcoBank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the EcoBank mobile app. You know, it's 5-star life with EcoBank. Kim promise.
We shouldn't have gone to that party.
Masa, my head is killing me.
Is that your stomach?
Yes.
What did you eat?
I don't know.
Get rid of your gastric problems with number 10 liver salt. Number 10 gives you quick, effective relief from nausea, indigestion, heartburns, hangovers, and hyperacidity. And with different fruity flavors such as orange and lemon, it's a pretty tasty way to end an uncomfortable situation. Number 10 liver salt from Ernest Chemist, because everyone needs a chemist.
This advert has been vetted and approved by FDA.
Right, so welcome back. This is still the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM, and on Big Stories this morning, brought to us by Telecel Connecting Energies. Well, it's back, and Kojo Corruption Watch is back, and we have an exciting edition, a premiere edition of 2025 this year, and I can't wait for it. I can't wait to learn more about the stories, to learn more about the impact of Corruption Watch. So you stay with us here on the Super Morning Show, because this morning what we're going to be doing is to tell you, for instance, the purpose of Corruption Watch, if in case you do not know, but also will tell you the new additions to Corruption Watch. Now, it's been with us since 2017, 8 years.
Yeah.
And we'll be telling you that, the new additions to Corruption Watch. So you don't want to miss any bit of it. I've told you about investigations, previous investigations into DVLA, the blood bank. We've done investigations into National Health Insurance Authority. And so today, more of a total recall, but most importantly, what you can expect in the new season.
And we've got Dr. Kojo Pumpuni Asante and Mary Ada coming through for that all-important conversation. I mean, Corruption Watch has become an institution, and we're excited to see this new chapter with them. I certainly can't wait to find out what they have up their sleeves.
But also coming up this morning, should the president have provided reasons for suspending the Chief Justice? That a 5-member committee has been set up to actually look into the petitions now that a prima facie case has been established. Some say the president should have told us why he decided to suspend her.
Mm.
Others say, well, the Constitution just says the president may. So if he's exercised that, so what is discretionary power? So I think he's indicated.
The thing about discretionary power, though, is that the Constitution says that it should not be used in a capricious or arbitrary manner. Now, it is implied in that you must show that you haven't used it in a capricious and arbitrary manner. Right? The Constitution says you shouldn't. So how do you ensure that it is known that you did not use your discretion capriciously or arbitrarily? How do you ensure it? It is by giving us your reason. So very often when we have this argument that the president doesn't have to give a reason, we are jumping over the fact that he cannot. He is enjoined by the Constitution to not be arbitrary. He cannot be arbitrary. He cannot be capricious. And it cannot be assumed that he was not arbitrary or capricious. It can't just be assumed. He must show working. So I have never agreed with this idea that reasons must not be given for the decisions made by the president. How are we going to know that he didn't exercise his discretion in a capricious or arbitrary manner if he doesn't give reasons?
And some messages before you get into. Kojo, this one says, good morning, Winston. I thought some of us were asking for heads to roll at our government institutions. So why are we now complaining about the dismissal of one? Goodness me, Nana, on the Spintex Road.
Who was asking for heads to roll? Who?
Well, some of us, which means he.
He. Okay.
The only constant in us is the person sending it, so he's included. I didn't support the removal of. I don't support the removal of CJ. I didn't support the removal of the CJ at the start, but the posture of the NPP makes me very suspicious about her relationship with the NPP. The intentions of the NPP appear unholy and dangerous. She must go now, BB in North K. This one says, good morning, Winston. I agree with you that the executive is gone and the legislature is gone, but the judiciary was long gone under this CJ. So let's allow the process to take shape. Let's be dispassionate about our analysis on the matter on the SMS. Lawyer Frank Davis and the minority can have their say. This one from George Quatting in Adenta says, it's very interesting how the president wants to remove CJ at all costs, but the question many are asking is, will the suspension or the removal of the CJ bring down the price of rice or fuel? Is the CJ the one preventing the NDC from implementing the 24-hour economy? Will it increase the price of cocoa? Sarkodie was right. We're back indeed to Gary Sokins.
Okay, well, listen, send your messages through. Use the hashtag JoySMS. And by the way, Telecel Cash, your secure and convenient cash platform, is still giving you the opportunity to have the lowest charges ever. So even better though, sending money on Telecel Cash to Telecel Cash is absolutely free on the Telecel Play app. So whether you're paying your school fees or you're sending cash to your favorite people, send Keke. Remember, you can make payments to all other networks anywhere and at any time. And of course, you can make cash any place that cash transfers are accepted as a means of payment. So dial *110# to download the Telecel Play app today and send a keke. Telecel.
So, Kojo, before we go for the Joy Business Minute, I made a point earlier that I do not have a problem with a process that leads to the suspension or dismissal of a Chief Justice. I say the problem I have is when in opposition, a party says we will reset the judiciary and goes ahead to do that. The challenge is that if care is not taken, the role of the Chief Justice will change every 4 years.
Yeah.
And that is not what we want in this country. Anyway, let's get to the Joy Business Minute, brought to us by Consolidated Bank Ghana, CBG. We stand with you, and Anointed Engineering Services, the generator experts.
Hello, welcome to the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Consolidated Bank Ghana. We stand with you, and Anointed Engineering Services Limited, the generator experts. The Bank of Ghana Governor Dr. Johnson Esiama has revealed that the central bank should from September this year start regulating cryptocurrencies. Government is promising some reduction in utility tariffs. This will be dependent on current work being done to stabilize the city, slow down inflation and the cost of generating power. Financial economist Professor Lord Mensah has cautioned Ghana may inherit inflationary hikes as a result of the current global tariff war. US President Donald Trump says he has no intention of firing Jerome Powell after repeatedly criticizing the head of the Federal Reserve, but he said that he would like Powell to be, quote, a little more active when it comes to cutting interest rates. And last, to Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Consolidated Bank Ghana. We stand with you and Anointed Engineering Services Limited, the generator experts.
Welcome back. And Anointed Engineering Services Limited is into the sale of ultra-silent, fuel-efficient diesel generating sets with sizes ranging from 5 kVA to 3,000 kVA at competitive prices. And every generator you acquire, you'll enjoy a 5-year warranty. They also undertake maintenance and repairs of all kinds of diesel generating sets. Their services include a 24-hour emergency service, sale of genuine spare parts, reliable rental service, professional advice, sale of tar lights and rental. Locate their latest branch at Pokwasi White House opposite Echo Block, and head office at number 77 Anointed House on the main Odoko Malam Highway near the Odoko traffic light. They also have 21 branches nationwide into skills training, and they have a training school that trains students in generators and plants, auto mechanics, electricals and controls, and solar installations. They offer 80% hands-on training and 20% theory. Contact them on 0243-480-334 or 0540-109493. Anointed, the generator expert. Stay with us. We'll be right back after these messages.
Auntie T, abeg, fix me go betete Ghana. No gari, no oil, no plantain, just beans then eggs.
Hey, brah, that be dangerous combination, no?
Problem no day. I feel handle am.
For Telecel, we the Bob say everybody gets what they like. That be why Made For Me bundles day. Based on your usage, you fit get your own data and call packages. Fala! Made For Me bundles like the way you the want them. Dial *530#, then buy Made For Me bundles today.
Telecel, connecting energies.
Are you tired of rising fuel costs and frequent service and maintenance draining your budget? Are you a transport business thinking of the best eco-friendly and cost-saving option for a car? Then switch to the Cerio Nano 3 electric vehicle. The Cerio Nano 3 EV is proudly marketed and distributed in Ghana by Anointed Engineering Services Limited. The sleek Cerio Nano 3 electric vehicle, with its advanced technology and high performance, emits zero emissions because it does not run on fossil fuels. No need to worry about a charging station because you can charge your Cerio at home directly by plugging into the socket. The Cerio Nano 3 electric vehicle offers unmatched comfort, interior design, fast charging, long-lasting battery, and a portable digital ultra-silent genset for backup charging no matter your power situation anywhere. Visit our brand new and ultra-modern showrooms in Accra and Kumasi. In Kumasi, Asukwa, in front of the TAT yard on the Ak Mayanka Road. Call our hotlines on 0544 340589 and 0243 480 334. Anointed also stocks genuine spare parts and delivers after-sales services 24/7 for our Cerio Nano 3 EVs. The Cerio Nano 3 electric vehicle. Experience a legacy of luxury modernized. Cerio EV. Go electric.
I used to stress about where to receive my approach sticker and always used to doubt whether my friend has really sent it.
So I asked a friend of mine and he said his wife used to have similar challenges until she decided to receive money transfers from CBG.
Well, I can relate because now I receive my money from CBG. It's so simple, fast and secure with no delays and no hidden fees. And I must say, life is now feeling good.
Stay connected to your loved ones no matter where they are. With Consolidated Bank Ghana's money transfer services, you can receive money quickly and securely from abroad, whether through MoneyGram, Western Union, PayAngel, Transfast, UnityLink, RIA, EaseRemit, Thunes, TapTap Send, and TerraPay. Cash out your way any day with Consolidated Bank Ghana. Welcome to the good life. CBG, we stand with you.
We stand with
coffee in your cup and Joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
the president has exercised his discretion and suspended the Chief Justice while she is undergoing investigations following the submission of petitions for her removal. Today we talk to former ambassador to the Netherlands, Dr. Tony Edu, to get some perspectives on this matter. Doc, it's a pleasure. Good morning.
How are you?
Very well, thank you. Thanks for making the time.
Thank you for having me.
So I guess we'll start with your immediate impressions of the president's decision.
Regarding
the suspension of the Chief Justice.
Well, President Mahama has performed his duty and exercised his discretionary power in the process of dealing with the petition against the Chief Justice.
Now, there are some who suggest that because of the politically charged atmosphere, the president might have helped matters by giving his reasons for using his discretionary power in this instance.
Why should the president give his reason?
Is that not how we will know that he didn't use his power in an arbitrary or capricious manner?
He has a duty and a discretionary power. The duty states that he shall. The discretionary power says he may. He performed his duty first, followed by the use of his discretionary power.
What effect do you think this will have on the proceedings that have started against the Chief Justice?
Well, if I recall, Professor Kwigwa Asare Azan recently wrote an open letter in which he said a rogue Chief Justice is as much a damage and a threat to the independence of the judiciary as an overreaching president. That's the whole matter in a nutshell.
When you say that's the whole matter, is it your view that for the judiciary to be, lack of a better word, purged, the Chief Justice must go?
No, not necessarily. A rogue Chief Justice. That's what the implication is. President Mahama is cleansing the against tables.
But I mean, help me understand this. So, you were part of the Consultative Assembly.
Yeah.
Now, there's been lots of discussions even about Article 146. Some have said, well, that was put in there. It doesn't necessarily mean it should be practicalized and implemented this way. Help us understand the discussions around this particular article of the Constitution.
Well, that's why I said the article imposes both a duty and a discretionary power. The duty is the president shall. So the president has no choice there. He is just a conveyor belt till the process reach a stage at which he has to use his discretionary power. And that's where the may comes in.
Now, some of us expressed the fear that if care isn't taken, this could become a cycle where after the change of every government, the next government would start or attempt processes aimed at removing heads of independent bodies, particularly the Chief Justice. What do you say about that?
If the particular judge or Chief Justice hasn't done anything wrong, the process will not lead to the stage at which we are witnessing now.
There are some who suggest that in the past, this process has been used to remove people at the flimsiest of excuses.
What is the flimsiest?
For example, the former EC chair, Charlotte Osei, removed for a procurement breach, which the law allows her to ratify after the fact anyway. But she was removed for that.
Well, the fact that Charlotte Osei's case represents a vicious use of a constitutional procedure doesn't mean that it will repeat itself.
Should we not protect ourselves from it ever being possible?
I think the president is protecting the judiciary and Ghana from the actions of a person who does not behave in a manner that should keep her there.
Now, help me understand this, because we've heard in the past, for instance, you've had former communications director at the presidency during the tenure of Professor Mills say that when Professor Mills received a petition for the removal of then Chief Justice Georgina Wood, he didn't act on it. You were there as head of monitoring and evaluation. Did Professor Mills at any point receive petitions for the removal of the Chief Justice at the time?
Not to my knowledge. I know President Mahama did receive petitions for the removal of Georgina Wood and Mrs. Lamptey. You remember the NCC chairman?
Yeah.
But I don't recall during Professor Mills' time there was a petition against Georgina Wood.
Dr. Edu, what do you think might have happened if the president had not suspended the Chief Justice? How do you think that might have affected the process?
Well, the judiciary must be cleansed of rogue judges. If there is a stench in the room, I have to let him fresh air.
But Doc, there is a process for that, and that process has not been completed.
Yes, and the process is constitutionally prescribed. The president fulfilled his duty by passing on the petition to the Council of State, and in consultations with the Council of State, a prima facie case has been established. Then the president uses his discretion to suspend the Chief Justice under the Constitution. What has he done wrong?
Okay, well, it's certainly helpful to get your perspective on these matters, and we really appreciate your time with us this
You're
morning.
welcome.
Yeah. And that is Dr. Tony Edu, because he used to be Ghana's ambassador to the Netherlands. He's also served in government under several portfolios.
Yes, having been Deputy Defense Minister and head of monitoring and evaluation at the presidency during the tenure of Professor John Evans Atamos. But I'd like to hear more from you. Join us. Tell us what your thoughts are. Join us on X. Use the hashtag JoySMS. And then on WhatsApp 055-11-11-997.
All right, stay with us. We'll be back after these. Actually, another thing though, just before we take that break, Corruption Watch comes back today. In just a short while, we'll be hearing from Dr. Pumpuni Asante and Mary Ada.
Sure, and they'll be telling us more about what to expect in this new edition of Corruption Watch. You know, it's been on a break, but now they're bringing it back. So this new season will be telling us what to expect and the new additions to Corruption Watch.
Okay, back after these.
For over 20 years, Ashesi University graduates have been pioneering change across the continent and beyond. With our new graduate programs in Master of Business Administration, Intelligent Computing Systems, and Mechatronic Engineering, you can advance your career or your enterprise. An Ashesi education gives you more than just a degree. It equips you with skills for a lifetime. Visit www.ashesi.edu.gh to explore our programs designed for Africa's future leaders. Remember, applications are ongoing.
It's heydays at the Junction Mall, and it's bigger, better, unmissable. From now until May 4th, the Junction Mall is the place to be for everything from the hottest gadgets and appliances to fashion, food, and fun, all at up to 70% off. Shop and win amazing prizes. There'll be cultural displays, live band performances, Junction aerobics for the fit and fun, and kids paradise with face painting, boat rides, bumper cars, and so much more. Bring the family, grab your squad, and do not miss a single moment. It's not just shopping, it's heydays at the Junction Mall, and it's bigger and better than ever before. Follow us at the Junction Mall GH on Facebook and Instagram, or WhatsApp us on 0540-221-774 for more details. The Junction Mall. Join, explore, shop, enjoy.
Are you 16 to 27 years old? Employers aren't just after degrees anymore. Stay relevant. Apply to DTI, Ghana's top TVET institution. We offer cutting-edge programs like precision welding and fabrication, design innovation and entrepreneurship, with hands-on training to prepare you for real-world challenges. Join us and succeed in industries like manufacturing, construction, and technology. At DTI, you'll learn by doing in a supportive environment. Be inspired by success stories of TVET graduates thriving in diverse fields. Visit dtiafrica.com or call 054-169-3534. Pick up admissions forms at our campus in Mimpasem, East Legon. DTI, wired for jobs.
When I wake up in the morning, I brush my teeth with Kale Charcoal toothpaste. This gives me confidence all day.
Anytime you meet Amma, don't be surprised I smile showing my beautiful white teeth because I don't have cavity thanks to Kale Charcoal toothpaste for its natural charcoal properties. In fact, we are like twins. I can't go without my Kale Charcoal toothpaste.
That be why I dey use Kale Charcoal toothpaste morning and night when I dey go bed safe. It dey make my teeth white when it dey comot every scent from my mouth inside. My confidence level they go up, so I dey show my 32 teeth all.
Introducing the Kale Charcoal toothpaste, formulated with activated bamboo charcoal powder, ensures whiter teeth and removes bad breath. The strong natural property of the activated bamboo charcoal removes bacteria, absorbs surface stains on our teeth caused by coffee, wines, and tobacco. Welcome, Kale Charcoal toothpaste. Kale Charcoal toothpaste, Sankofa Yenchi.
Kale, happy smile.
This advert is FDA approved.
Come on. Good boy. Honey, look, he's crawling.
Wow.
Good job. The new Cerelac Wheat and Maize has the combined goodness of wheat and maize grains fortified with iron, vitamins, and minerals also found in fruits and vegetables. To prepare the new Cerelac Wheat and Maize, just add milk. Enjoy your little one's big moments at less cost. Cerelac, care for them. Count on us. This advert is FDA approved.
TCL's Easter promotion. It's big and bold. Buy 50-inch, 55-inch, or 65-inch TCL QLED Pro 4K Smart Android TV, starting from 7,999 Ghana cedis, and get free 32-inch TCL TV. Buy TCL 75-inch, 85-inch, or 98-inch TV, and get free 43-inch TCL TV. The bigger the purchase, the better the deal. Buy TCL 115-inch QD Mini LED 4K TV and get a free 85-inch TCL TV. Discount so huge you will feel like a winner. Looking for TCL refrigerators, washing machines, water dispensers, audio soundbar, and more at cool deals? Rush to TCL showrooms and authorized TCL dealers in Ghana before stock runs out. Terms and conditions apply. TCL. Inspire greatness.
coffee in your cup, and Joy on the set, the Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
And enjoy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy. Joy in the morning. Yeah. If you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning. On the Super Morning Show.
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy. Joy in the morning. Yeah. If you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning. On the Super Morning Show.
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy. Joy in the morning. Yeah. If you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning. On the Super Morning Show.
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy. Joy in the morning. Yeah. If you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning. On the Super Morning Show.
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy. Joy in the morning. Yeah. If you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning. On the Super Morning Show.
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy. Joy in the morning. Yeah. If you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning. On the Super Morning Show.
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
There on the Super Morning Show, and we're so glad you're still with us for it all. We've got so much more coming your way today. Corruption Watch returns. It's a bit of a family reunion in the studio today as we bring you Dr. Pumpuni Asante, Mary Ada, two of the key figures here in the execution of this Corruption Watch project. We're also going to be hearing from our two investigators, Frederick and Francesca. We will also hear from some of the victims of the corruption scandals that Corruption Watch has exposed. Okay, I mean, they've been doing some amazing work since 2017. Several investigations have been done. We'll bring you a recap of some of the highlights of these investigations. It's going to be a very spectacular reunion here as we restart Corruption Watch on the Super Morning Show. So this is like the maiden edition for 2025. You don't want to miss any of it. And for those of you who are not aware of Corruption Watch, you really can't miss today, because it will bring you all the background and context so you understand exactly what this project has been about and what it is capable of. All right. So stay for that. But listen, if you're upgrading your office, call the experts. If you want a healthy chair that takes care of your spine, well, then Expert Office Furnish Limited and their ergonomic swivel chairs are the solution for you. Now, these chairs have intelligent seat cushions with bionic spine pressure relief design. Okay, so get yourself one of these dynamic smart motor back support chairs, which can certainly ensure that you have a healthy spine. Okay, now at Expert Office Furnish, they also have everything else you could need for your office. So they have executive desks, cabinets, conference and office furniture, and all of this will suit your budget. Okay, so find them. They are just off the Atomic Hills Estate Road on the Asari Junction, near the ASI Plaza, which is in Ashongman Estate. You can call them on 057 138 6600, or you can find them on Facebook. They are at Expert Office Furnish GH. On Instagram, they are at Expert Office Furnish, and on Twitter, it is at Expert Furnish. You can also go to expertofficefurnish.com to learn more. Expert Office Furnish, your health, your wealth. Now, we all want a little more, a little more sleep before the alarm goes off, a little more time to finish that project, a little more butter on our bread. Yes, we all want more, because let's face it, more is always better. Take me, for example. Now, he's living a life of more with the ABSA Ultimate account. Now, the ABSA Ultimate account is not just an account. It is it's not just a banking product. It is actually a license to have more. Okay, so at the Ultimate account from ABSA will give you a retrenchment insurance cover of up to 50,000 Ghana cedis. You get hospital cash back. You also get all kinds of seamless services, digital services, and of course you get travel insurance of up to 1 million Ghana cedis, and over 30 other amazing benefits that come with the account. So if you want more, well, of course you do, then listen, more is always better. So sign up for an Ultimate account today and get more. Your story matters. ABSA. All right, here we go. Corruption Watch comes up after these.
Welcome to Spintex Plaza, where living and working blend seamlessly.
Spintex Plaza, the place to be. Furnished apartments feel so free.
Imagine coming home to a luxurious furnished apartment with everything you need.
Rooftop pool, swim under the sky. Rooftop bar where the good times fly. Rooftop gym, get fit and strong. Spintex Plaza, you can't go wrong.
Spintex Plaza, your home, your work, your lifestyle. Come see us today or call us on 0241 327 363. www.spintexplaza.net.
Do you know that NIT is back in Ghana? Yes, you heard it right. NIT is back in Ghana, and Yankson Institute of Technology is the official partner. It's bigger, it's better, and it's here to revolutionize IT education in Ghana. Get ready for world-class training and unmatched opportunities powered by Yankson Institute of Technology. Yankson Institute of Technology is shaping futures with hands-on IT training for youth, students, and professionals. Courses include cybersecurity, Python programming, data analytics, networking and hardware essentials, and Microsoft Office Suite. We offer flexible schedules, affordable payment plans, and expert trainers with globally recognized certifications. Scholarships are available for women and girls. Sign up early to grab yours. You can locate us in Accra at Abna Atia Towers, Ring Road Central, or you can call us to enroll on 059 699 6037 or 059 699 6042. Take the first step towards your dream career with Yankson Institute of Technology, where your tech future begins.
Don't miss out on Electroland Extravaganza Easter promotion. Buy and get whooping discounts in our Samsung Easter promotion. Get awesome deals in Media Easter Bonanza. Now, starting from $499 Ghana cedis, you will get a NASCO burner. With 1,599 Ghana cedis, you will get a 32-inch NASCO LED TV. NASCO top mount freezers start from 1,799 Ghana cedis, and NASCO chest freezers from 2,599 Ghana cedis. You will get a free desktop computer if you buy our selected NASCO 6kg, 7kg, 8kg or 10kg washing machine. Rush to EGL and authorized dealer showrooms across Ghana for exciting offers. Terms and conditions apply. Electroland Ghana Limited, home of luxury and affordable electronics.
Sasso, sasso, e se come tonton preko. Sasso, sasso, e se come tonton preko. Edrana drama in your busheshe. Yeah, how can see our malaria? Minya me call me sasso spray. Every mosquito study run away. Tonton preko. Sasso, sasso, mi se come tonton preko. Come tonton preko. Sasso, come tonton preko. Na ni sham ne die e demo strong ko.
This advert is FDA approved.
Kids, no running. They grow up so fast.
Come here, guys. Who wants to watch their favorite show on GoTV?
Your family's favorite moments are made better with GoTV's shows. We've got loads of local, international, and kids channels, and all the football you need from the comfort of your home.
You can also watch your favorite shows wherever you are with GoTV Stream. Stick with GoTV and let's go together. GoTV. Love it.
Building or renovating? Look no further. At Interface Limited, we have everything you need to create stunning spaces.
Transform your interiors with our top quality plasterboards, acoustic ceilings, and cement boards.
Step into style with our exquisite laminate and engineered floors. And for your data centers, durable raised access floors.
Elevate your outdoor spaces with our WPC decking and fencing.
Protect your home with our beautiful and reliable roof shingles, insulation, canopies, and PVC fascia boards.
Add a touch of elegance with our beautiful POP cornices and roses.
Quality, affordability, and style all in one place. Building a better Ghana, one space at a time. Visit www.interfacelimited.net or call 0274 999 999.
Coffee in your cup and joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy in the morning. Yeah. If you're
Hope you're enjoying yourself. We certainly are having a great time here in the studio. And we're excited because Corruption Watch is back.
Our money, when I'm money, our money, when I'm money, our money, when I'm money, our money, when I'm money.
Joy in the morning. Yeah, if you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning. On the Super
Watch returns to the Super Morning Show on Joy, and we're so excited. You're very welcome to the first edition of Corruption Watch for 2025. Corruption Watch is sponsored by the European Union in collaboration with our partners, the Ghana Center for Democratic Development, CDD Ghana, the Ghana Integrity Initiative, GII, the Ghana Anti-Corruption Coalition, GACC, and the Africa Center for International Law and Accountability, ASILA. And of course, it's live here on Joy FM. Corruption Watch is also on Adum FM. All right, now listen, on this Corruption Watch segment today, we're going to feature a total recall, okay? First of all, our partners are here. They're going to walk us through exactly what Corruption Watch is, just in case you've been living under a rock all this time and have no idea what it is. They'll also tell us all the exciting new features that we can expect. Now, after that, we're going to remind you of some of the most impactful stories and investigations that Corruption Watch has done. We have the investigators are here with us. They're going to be telling us the stories behind the stories, okay, and also what solutions were achieved at the end of it. That's not all. We're also going to have some of the people who were most affected or impacted by some of the stories that Corruption Watch has done, and they will tell us about the effect of Corruption Watch on their lives. All right, so let me tell you who's here with us in the studio this morning. Dr. Kojo Pumpuni Asante, Director of Policy, Engagement and Partnerships at CDD Ghana. And he might not want me to tell you, but he's the brain behind Corruption Watch. The whole thing started with the conversation across his desk one afternoon in 2017. How could I forget? Doc, how nice to see you. Good morning.
Good morning, Kojo.
Yes, indeed.
See you.
And of course, Dr. Asante is here with Mrs. Mary Awenlana Ada. I think she has the nicest middle name in Ghana. She's the executive director of the Ghana Integrity Initiative. Mary Ada is no stranger to our show, and it's great to have you back, Mary. How are you?
I'm good, Kojo. Good morning to you and to your listeners.
Indeed.
It's good to see you.
It's always great to have you. Thanks for making the time. And of course, one of the brains behind all of the investigation, the guy who has infiltrated more criminal organizations than Anas. Frederick Esiama is the Corruption Watch investigator. He joins us here in the studio. Frederick, it's great to see you.
Good to see you, and good to be back in this nice studio of yours.
Thank you. And also, we're going to have Francisca Enchil join us over the phone. She's the other Corruption Watch investigator. Francisca, of course, award-winning investigative journalist. We'll be hearing also from Regina Saba, who's a trader. She's an affected person in one of the stories done by Corruption Watch. In fact, Frederick will tell us about it. It was called Twisted Justice. We'll also hear from Jerry Coomson. Now, he was a victim of Pay or Die. Now, that was a big one. Story that took us into Kolebu Teaching Hospital, among other institutions. Francisca will give us the briefing on that. But right now, listen, let's start the conversation with you, Dr. Asante, okay? And look, for those of us here, as far as we know what Corruption Watch is. We've been with you since the beginning. But there are some people listening who are wondering, why are these Joy people so excited about this thing this morning? What is Corruption Watch? So I think I'll give you the chance to walk us through it.
Well, thank you, Kojo. And we are really happy to be back. Oga and Madam are still dropping our money. So we can't go away. We have to work. But Corruption Watch, as you recall, started because we were worried about just the way in which we were discussing corruption. It comes in the news item and everybody forgets about it. Nobody's following up. And we thought, how can we collaborate with media to have a sustained focus on corruption issues so that we can have a real 360 in trying to make corruption a very costly venture for those who want to participate in it. And really that's how the partnership started. And we created this 1 hour segment show to provide a platform for us to have that kind of conversation. We have a model that we created with 5 segments, and the idea was we were going to be persistent in chasing corruption issues. We were going to ensure that there was punishment, that we were going to ensure that there was payback, recovery of, the loot that has been looted by people. But we were interested in how we change the rules or the environment that makes it so easy for people to engage in corruption so that we can have prevention. So our 5 P's, which you came up with, our 5 P's, but it has been a very simple guide as to how we have to treat the corruption issue, that it is not just a media headline or just an episode, but we try to really try and eliminate corruption, root out corruption from public life by making sure that we follow these cases, cases that have been there that nobody's looking at, just to make sure that there's a certain sense of deterrence that happens. So that's been the Corruption Watch story, as you said, from about 2018 when we really started hitting the ground. We've gone through many cycles of it. I'm glad that we are still here and we're still able to do that job.
Now, let me bring in Mary. I mean, GII has been a partner of Corruption Watch from the very, very beginning. Tell us about, your own reflections of how this partnership has worked over the years.
Great. So for us, it's been a very worthy partnership because the conversation around promoting anti-corruption behavior in Ghana started a long time ago. For us, we also believe that as civil society, we needed to go beyond just talking to people in their silos and promoting that throughout, because how many people can you engage after all when you are convening? So we believe this partnership has been a very good one that has promoted interaction between civil society and also the media. So we have CDD leading with civil society and academics coming together to put this novel idea in practice. So it's been good. And it showed a lot of results, as I believe Frederick and others would be sharing. So for us in anti-corruption, we couldn't have had a better engagement, and also because we are like-minded civil society organizations and also academics on board providing technical support, we haven't had any challenges that we should be talking about, but successes. We anticipate that going forward, a lot more of the technical expertise that complements ours, a lot more of the common grounds that we brought on board, because GI in itself had a corruption reporting platform, but the added benefit, that's the ALAC, the Advocacy and Legal Advice Center, which brings on board some examples of what we do in Corruption Watch. So for us it was complementary, it's been novel, it's been very good for us, and looking at how we get our stories also then speaks to the fact that when we work together we are able to achieve more. And the fact that we brought on board investigative journalists to proactively solicit some of these cases and then also follow up on what we have received, I believe is a very good one. And most people also got to know about CW, and I believe it's also good. It's good. Going forward, we need to do more of that. Even for our partners or our external partners, they believe that it's better to work together than to work in silos. So for me, I think that's the best idea of working together. Bringing all sectors, perhaps not government, but we have private interests, we have civil society, and also academia. So it shows that there are a lot of results we can gain. And the support, when you work alone, the issues of taking the risk alone is high. But the support you gain working together, it's a good one. There's no fear when you speak, because you have a backbone. You are not afraid. And when you have information, it's validated. So information, fidelity and credibility is also very high. We are not saying we get it 100% of the times, but with the background checks that go into this, we are very sure that there is credibility of information. And working with like minds, we are making the gains that we made during the implementation of the first phase, supported by STAC and other partners, than either later. We only hope that we'll have more. Speaking to the external partners going forward, more than the EU coming on board to support this process.
Amen to that. Dr. Asante, I know that when Corruption Watch started, the goal was to change things. So let's talk about that. What are some of the things that we wanted to change? What are the reforms that we were pursuing with Corruption Watch?
I think the goal is simple. We want integrity in public life, because every public officer that's appointed or elected is using public money, is making decisions on behalf of the public in the public interest. If they don't have integrity, then it means that they either use it for their own personal benefit, their family or group, which is the issue that we continue to grapple with. So we want to create a public sector where there's integrity. If there's integrity, it's more likely that every resource, every city will actually go to serve the public interest, provide public services. But we also want accountability, because we want those who are entrusted with public power to be held accountable. Right? But generally, and sort of more immediate, you want to reduce or control corruption. And we want through this effort to be able to make institutions more responsive to corruption issues, so that a corruption case 10 years, 8 years can still be hanging. Nobody checks what's going on. We try to do some little things with the OSP, even reporting every half year, so that we can track what our investigative bodies, posterior bodies are doing around corruption. So it's just really trying to change the culture around corruption. Institutions are more responsive, citizens are more focused on making sure that corruption cases are dealt with. If people are found guilty, that they are punished. But most importantly, we also recover the what they have stolen, basically. So it's still the same sort of objective that we have, that we want to pursue this time round.
Yeah. Mary, I mean, would you say that so far Corruption Watch has been achieving its objectives?
Certainly, perhaps not all, because we talk about policy changes taking a while to manifest. And so through the policy cycle, we can confidently say that we set the agenda, and in ensuring that everyone who is within that space or a stakeholder within the policy space understood what Corruption Watch intended to achieve, promoting accountability in the lives of the public officer and motivating and empowering the citizen to ensure that we are demanding transparency from the public office holder, as the NACAP wanted us to do, that we build citizens' capacity to demand integrity from public office. And I believe other laws have done so. So for us, to the large extent, when it comes to the policy space, at least we identified the problem, that not every Ghanaian understood what it meant to talk about corruption. And in many of the instances, we quantified what it meant when we talk about corruption. And in the quantification, we showed evidence. If somebody steals 100 million, that 100 million could have gone into building a school or a hospital facility, or provided a certain service for the beneficiary communities. Again, we were able to show evidence that corruption takes from the poor and enriches the few in society. So for us, we provided grounds for setting the agenda when it comes to policy. Again, if you look at within the spaces of governance, we're able to get some very good calls, and these have reflected in many of the manifestos that were churned out by the political parties during the elections last year. And they've been reflected in the current government's call for anti-corruption. When we talk about its agenda to promote oral Operation Recover All Loot, one of the key things we did under Corruption Watch was to uncover rot, uncover corrupt behavior. We went through the lengths and breadths of this country to do so through the investigative journalists and the legal brains, including Kojo, ensured that whatever we gained, we put into briefs which we use to discuss with our political actors. And it goes beyond oral, as I've always said. Now we see in the manifestos the call to bring together all our anti-corruption laws. That's another call Corruption Watch has looked at, because we saw that we had a lot of gaps within the system which were not being addressed. And so if we ensure that we did a lot more in bridging or bringing together these processes, it will help. If you remember, on Corruption Watch, we talked a lot about asset declaration and the liability regime. Again, this has been documented. We talked a lot about not just assets, but also code of conduct and conflict of interest. This is also being captured in policy. So to a large extent, if you want me to grade Corruption Watch, because perhaps I am a partner, I would be biased, but to be fair, I can say that 80% of the times we did a very good job in influencing policy, in shaping behavior and practice, and that is the essence of advocacy. And today you realize from the previous elections that Ghanaians spoke without question when it comes to the issue of loot, when it comes to the issue of lack of attention to the issues that they believed were at the heart of governance in this country. So we did a good job.
Yeah. And could you? I mean, we have to admit that the corruption issue. I mean, we've always, even at that time, we're saying corruption was normalizing, and it really did need that kind of constituency that was trying to remind people that corruption cannot be good for us. It's not sustainable. It's actually a threat to everything we believe, whether our democracy, our development, and that's that. Even when people feel like it's so overwhelming and what we are doing is not changing everything, the fact that we are still in there fighting, reminding people that they shouldn't get too used to the whole idea of corruption. And a lot of the cases that we have done, some that really go to the heart of what we are trying to do, whether you talk about blood for sale, whether you talk about the cheating squad, this culture of cheating and exams that all of a sudden exploded
and became normal.
That you force the system to wake up that this cannot be normal, and that the agencies, whether it's WAEC or whatever, have to do that. I don't think if you didn't have a corruption watch, you could have done that, and the fact that it's still there. We have this show, Joy FM, the multimedia group, what you do, just as a reminder to people that no, don't just accept it as normal, because it's not good for you. It would definitely ruin everybody if we keep going the way we are going. And so at least you see that in the election period, that there's a shock to the system. There's something we are trying to do, and that's why I think this is so important. We have to keep doing it, because the alternative is not is very ugly.
You gave a couple of examples of some of the successes there. I'm sure there are more. Any other successes Corruption Watch has chalked that you want to highlight?
I think one of the things about even just sustaining the interest, as I said, is people just at some point are tired about corruption. We're always talking about corruption. Because you want to pretend that it's not there, but that is not something. It's like drug addiction or something like that. You get to a point you think, that's we have to sustain that interest in it and chase all the corruption cases that we can, and we'll continue to do that. But I think also for me, as I said, I like what has happened with some of the cases that we've exposed. Really, that's, I say, go to the core of why corruption is a bad thing, and we have to do everything to stop it. If you need blood, to save the life of your of your family member, of your wife, your sister, your brother, and somebody, you have to go and pay, some middleman or whatever, so that they can go and steal some blood and somebody else's blood, give it to you. And this is going on, all the time, and exposing that and trying to get all these hospitals to put in measures to stop that kind of behavior. The Franciscans, and I'm sure she'll talk about it, about women who in labor who are supposed to be not paying for things, and then they're extorting money from them. We did bail for sale. People, were put in prison, in cells, and we've been police people were extorting money from them. All kinds of people were extorting, and their freedoms were deprived. So this is when we start talking about corruption. Sometimes when we talk about the ground corruption, and when you hear about the ECG thing and stuff, the container stuff, that is mega levels of corruption. Because, but when you begin to put it to people's everyday lives, particularly for the poor, who basically, apart from being, not having the money to access quality health services, have to pay, additional monies, even just to get the not so good quality health service. So that's what I think for me, stopping corruption is about. It's really about freeing people from this really terrible life that we have created through corruption that is impacting our citizenry. Yeah.
If you just joined us, well, Corruption Watch is back on Joy. And for those of you who are now getting familiar with it and you're wondering, what does a Corruption Watch investigation even sound like? Well, Frederick and Francisca are here. They're about to give us the stories behind the stories. Stay with us.
Our money, when I'm money, our money, when I'm money.
Oga just did chop the money. Well, thanks to Corruption Watch, Oga is now on his guard. And two of the people who have made that possible are investigators, Frederick and Francisca. We're going to learn a bit from them now. And listen, Corruption Watch has put out a whopping 25 investigative stories since its inception back in 2017. Now today, because we don't have a lot of time, we're going to highlight 4 of these stories. Okay, these are among our most impactful stories in terms of the subject matter, the nature of the corruption that was perpetrated, the impact on some of our citizens, the response of the state institutions concerned, and of course the measures taken for changes to be implemented. All right, so listen, I want you to listen to this clip. It's a very short one, but it gives you a flavor of 4 of our top stories. Stay with us.
I just want the people who come to work in the court to be a little bit honest.
A woman is losing so much blood right after delivery. There is a medication to save her. The hospital has it, but she will not receive this life-saving medication if her husband doesn't raise the money to pay for it.
Your friends, your license, near the 1 week, but the 1,003. Okay, now 1 month, the 1,001. 20, yes. Yeah, you've been a normal one on 800.
Yeah. Those stories were so deeply impactful. And our 2 investigators are here, Frederick and Francisca. Francisca joins us over the phone. Francisca, good morning. Do we have Francisca on the phone? Okay, we'll work to connect to Francisca. But Frederick is here in the studio, and you've been listening as Doc and Mary have been walking us through the background of all of this. But in 2019, Frederick, you investigated alleged corruption in the Adan District Court. Now, this resulted in the story that we called Twisted Justice. Listen, why don't you walk us through what you discovered and what happened after that story was aired?
Okay, thank you. So, in 2019, we got some people calling us and complaining about their money being stuck at the Adan court, that they had won cases, they were entitled to some monies, and the monies were not being released to them. So we did a bit of research and realized that the Adan court was notorious for some offenses. Some previous magistrates and registrars had been removed for misconduct. So we went in to do the investigation. And from one person, it became 2, 3, 4. And we found people of diverse backgrounds who had their monies locked up. And basically, this is the thing. So you win a case, and some money is awarded to you. And the process is that the money is supposed to be paid into court, and then the person that won the case is supposed to apply for it and receive the money from the court. But the registrar was telling people that, oh, the other party has not paid the money yet. And our investigation revealed that indeed some of the monies had been paid to him, except that he was not releasing it. When we went into it, we also saw that some of it had come to the attention of the magistrate at the time, and there were some form of negotiation going on to allow the registrar to take his time to pay some of the money. So we built the story around two people. One of the star witnesses was Regina Saba, who was entitled to about 6,000 cedis. She had sold a land. She had bought a land from a pastor. On going back to the land to work, she discovered that the land had been sold to another person. So she reported to the police. Then the man was arrested. And so before the registrar, the magistrate actually hears the case, he ordered that the money should be paid to the woman so that they don't lose the value by the time the case is over. But this money was still with the registrar. And so eventually we were able to record an interaction in the chambers of the magistrate. And then we did a story. The judicial service immediately picked up, set up two investigative committees, one against the registrar and the other one against the magistrate. And upon the findings of the two committees, the Judicial Council decided that Nana Kwesi Kunadu, Benjamin Kwesi Kunadu, who was the registrar, should be dismissed. And so he was dismissed from the judicial service, while the magistrate, his worship Isaac Ajay, was transferred from the Adan court.
Wow, that's some impact right there. Now, I had hoped that we could speak to Regina, who you mentioned in that story. Sadly, I'm being told that we're struggling to connect with her. But let's hope that we have Francisca on the line now. Francisca, good morning.
Good morning, Kojo.
Ah, there you are. Hi, Francisca.
Hello, Kojo. Good morning to you, and good morning to the listeners.
Now, you know, in case you're not aware, Francisca is actually the first female to win the GJA Investigative Journalist of the Year award here in Ghana. Charlie, we're a big woman. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, of course, you've done some groundbreaking stories on Corruption Watch. One of them, one of the most impactful ones was Pay or Die. Okay, and this one was about the agony of pregnant women in hospitals, and it was broadcast in June 2021. I mean, give us a bit of a roundup of that story.
Okay, so that story exposed the abuse of the maternal health care component of the National Health Insurance Policy. And so we realized during the investigation that the hospitals were abusing the provisions of this policy and were denying pregnant women critical maternal health care. The policy provides 100% cover for pregnant women through antenatal, which covers lab, scans and everything, medication, to delivery, and then to postnatal. Whether you did the vaginal delivery or through surgical delivery, everything is supposed to be covered 100%. But then this investigation found that these pregnant women were being denied this free health care. They are registered onto the National Health Insurance Policy, so they are supposed to enjoy free maternal health care, and that they were being denied this access to health care. Even those at the verge of death, where they are losing a lot of blood after delivery, the hospitals withheld the medication that could save their lives and demanding money before giving the medications out. So the story exposed those findings, and then the stakeholders of the health service, indeed, they played a very good role. They took action immediately. The Ministry of Health set up a committee. The Ghana Health Service, the Ministry of Health, and then National Health Insurance Authority were part of the committee. And they investigated our findings and confirmed our findings. And so the bills that had been brought to the National Health Insurance Authority for payment back to them as part of what they have taken care of patients for. This payment was withheld because patients had already illegally paid for these services.
Right.
And the hospitals had brought these bills back to the National Health Insurance for payment. And so they were disallowed the payment. And then the National Health Insurance Authority went a step further to give refunds to victims captured by us. We submitted receipts of payments of about 8 patients as evidence of our findings to the National Health Insurance Authority. And then the authority then used this and gave them a refund. Over 16,000 was in total refund. That was 16,469 cedis, 71 pesos was the total amount of money that was given to the victims that we brought in contact with the National Health Insurance Authority. They also did adjustment of the tariff because according to them, during their investigations, these hospitals justified their acts with the fact that they were having low tariffs for the covered services. And so the National Health Insurance did an adjustment of the tariff. Some of them went as far as 100% and to 30% of the tariffs so that they will be able to give better services and not give excuses. And then there was one facility, the Taifa Health Facility, their polyclinic. We exposed the fact that they were running a theater, and this theater was charging patients as if it was a private service they were running. And then they were bringing in professionals from different facilities to come and run. And then when you do the surgical operation and you are delivered of your baby, they detain you. So there were patients who were on medical detention at this facility. And so after our expose, this patient was discharged without, and then the money she had earlier paid was refunded to her as well. And then the theater was shut down because they were supposed to go through some processes and get permits before they can run the theater, which they had not done before operating it. And so it was also shut down. The National Health Insurance Authority also set up a number of committees from national to regional to the district level, where they were supposed to be stationed in major facilities and be monitoring this illegal payment, which National Health Insurance Authority describes as the core payment system. It's an illegal fee when you have a National Health Insurance card with you and you are going to deliver, you are not supposed to pay anything. And so as I'm speaking today on this story, I would want to even give a reminder to our listeners. If your wife or relative is in labor and needs critical health care and they insist you pay for covered services, you can go ahead and pay because the life is more important. But after making the payment, just ensure to keep your receipts and go to the nearest National Health Insurance Authority office and hand over the receipt and report the hospital. The National Health Insurance promises to take steps to get refunds and punish the health facilities for their actions.
Wow, thanks for that, Francisca. Now, somebody who was a victim of this at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital is Jerry Kumson. Jerry joins us to briefly explain his ordeal. Jerry, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
So, I mean, tell us, they were making you pay these unauthorized illegal payments. Tell us about that.
Absolutely. We went to the hospital, fully registered with the National Health Insurance Scheme. And I'm trusting that with the scheme, we're going to make payments. It wouldn't be that huge. It came out to be. So upon arrival, they directed us to certain places to make some deposits. Those were without receipts initially. So that was when I inquired whether the health insurance is not covering all this stuff. And then the nurse asked whether I'm there to teach them how to do their job. I said, okay, that's fine. So I made a payment and we proceeded, and they directed us to the ward where she was admitted. And then you'll be waiting and they come and tell you, go and get this particular drug. You get there, the lady will tell you have to deposit 50 cedis. You make the deposit. They give you some drug, they tell you go to this place and get this one. And then when you get there, they tell you go to the bank, make this payment, and come back with the receipt. So apparently, I concluded and then the health insurance is just a scam because it's only on paper.
Yeah.
If you come and make all these things with the insurance, then it's just on paper.
Yeah.
So,
Jerry, how did this affect you and your family?
It really did affect me psychologically. Like I said, I concluded that as citizens, we are not being fair to ourselves because I've been educated that the health insurance, especially for pregnant women, is free when you go to the hospital. But here is the case, I get there and it's a different story. Wherever you are directed to go, you have to make an X amount of payment before you get any medication or whatever treatment that needs to be meted out to your wife. And in fact, I was disappointed in the system. Yeah, I was very disappointed in the system. But then, since I have to save my wife and child's life, I have to comply. And I was doing just that. So apparently, making all those payments and almost all other places were directing me to go to the bank to make payments and bring the receipt. So I thought it's an official span of the facility. Because hadn't been it for the ward to be taking them illegally, then they wouldn't ask you to go to the bank.
Yeah.
But once you're making payments at the bank, then it means that's the stance and the policy there. So I just concluded that, well, it is what it is. So let me just comply and then to save my wife's life. So apparently, that is the frustration I went through, and I just didn't have to do it.
How would you say that the work of Corruption Watch helped your situation?
It did a great good to me and the family. In fact, the lady, I had my doubts so that the money could be refunded, even though she assured me whatever I paid for was supposed to be free, and they are going to make sure I get my refunds. I said to myself, I didn't pay them at the worst without, even though I made some payments without receipt. Most of them, and the huge amounts, went through the bank. So how are you going to get them? But then, with time and then going through the process, when we were finally called to the head office of the NHIA, and the monies were refunded, I had a mixed feeling. I was both surprised and happy at the same time. One, I was happy because it was going to help me pay some debts I incurred at the time. And then surprised because if all these monies were not meant to be taken and they are doing that at the hospital, you can imagine a lot of people who are going to go through some sort of suffering. Some are even going to lose life because they may not have the amount probably I had to pay to get here. And when they are supposed to get them for free. So I was very disappointed with the staff of the facility. If they knew they were not supposed to take the money and they were doing that, then I think as a country we are not doing good for ourselves.
Yeah. Oh, thank God for Corruption Watch, thank you.
I'm very, very happy about the program, and I encourage you to keep doing that. I commend you for the good work you're doing for the country. You don't know what you're doing to save lives. You're saving a lot of lives, and I encourage you to keep doing it. God will surely bless you.
Well, God bless you too, Jerry.
Sure.
All right, now let's come back to the studio for a moment. Dr. Asante, one other important piece of work Corruption Watch has done was on unregulated campaign financing, and pretty much the abuse of state resources. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I mean, so I think a couple of years when we started Corruption Watch, we began to focus on particular institutions and sectors. So looking at particular problems where we think that was like a big driver of corruption, and monetization of our politics we felt was one of the biggest drivers of corruption, because a lot of people seeking to represent Ghanaians were getting indebted. Some even were receiving illicit financing from galamsey, from illegal timber, illegal fishing, all kinds of people doing 419 and all of those things. And that was bringing that into the political space. So we started a real focus on trying to understand what was happening in this space. We started with the I think it was first the election of primaries for MPs within the parties. That was a huge story, if you recall, all across the country. And then we looked at the election of executives for the parties, right from polling station level to constituency level to regional level to national level. We've gone through that, gathering all of that data. We've also tracked in the last election abuse of incumbency with GII, GACC, and we even produced the documentary on the abuse of incumbency of the vice presidential the vice president who was the presidential candidate of the MPP in the last election. So what really, and that's the thing about Corruption Watch, this combination of think tanks, research, organizations, working with media to create this, very rich, data and information and drive around corruption. Now we have the fourth estate and so on and so forth. But that kind of combination, I think, it's itself a success. But what this has done is that it's helped us to use that as additional information to drive the policy around campaign financing reform, because the empirical data is now there. We can show you, we have videos, we have audio to show you exactly how this happened and why it becomes a problem if we don't try and do something about campaign financing reform. So that has been and it's something, as we talk about some of the features in the current version of Corruption Watch, is one of the areas we'll continue to do, which is really focus on particular institutions where we feel if we can do something around corruption around the institution, it would really impact the lives of citizens. So the campaign financing one is, I'm really happy we did that work, because I think CDD, for example, and with its partners, campaign finance is going to be one of the key reform issues that we push in the next 2 years.
Very important. Let's look to the future. Since you've talked about what we can expect in the next few years, let's look to the future. Doc, I hear we have some new features on the show.
Yes. So we are maintaining our 5 Ps and our segments, the Just Like Us, the total recalls that we do, the exposés that we do. But this time round, we also want to go to the regions. So for this period, we're really trying to identify about 5 media houses in the regions where we can support them to build up an investigative desk and be able to also generate investigative pieces, because there's a lot of issues also at local level, and also we want to use the opportunity to train investigative journalists at regional, local levels, right? So that really is going to expand the Corruption Watch work, and then ALAC is also going to be expanding regionally. So we want to then combine, all these resources within the country to be able to get more media houses focused on the investigative work. Multimedia, what you do, it's not just brave, but it is you lead when it comes to investigative journalism and so on. You kind of lead the way. You produce, some of the best investigative journalists the country is known, and that's been the tradition. But everybody knows that it comes with a lot of risk.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And what we have tried to do is to, with this structure, with this model, is to minimize the risk. That the legal risk that comes with investigative journalism, and we want to be able to extend that to the regions. In doing that, we're also doing training for investigative journalists, because our mission has always been that by the time if we ever stop doing corruption watch, we should have more investigative journalists that we came to meet. So that mission is still very much in our heart. And then we are also training citizen groups. So currently there are teams across how many districts that are engaged in training citizens groups. I think 24
districts,
24 districts or so, training citizen groups on how to understand corruption, identify it, but demand accountability from duty bearers at the local level. So it's almost like this time around we really want to build a larger ecosystem to help us, to be able to keep an eye on the corruption problem across the country.
Decentralizing. I like that. All right. Well, in the minute or so that we have left, I want to give the final word to Mary. Mary, how important is the work of Corruption Watch going to be in anti-corruption advocacy in the coming months and years? And what's that specific role that GII is going to play in supporting this kind of work?
Great. So, as I mentioned earlier, the space for accountability, it's even more crucial now, particularly because of the dispensation we find ourselves in. And so we have no option but to ensure that interventions like Corruption Watch are significantly manifesting their results everywhere we go, like MTN. And so we need to it's crucial because we have an executive that can do whatever it wants with the high levels or the high numbers it has in Parliament. So the role of civil society and interventions like this cannot be underestimated at all. We, particularly Kojo has also mentioned some of the things we want to do with the districts, and we're working across 24 districts. And working with the citizens groups, there are a lot more than 13 people in each of the groups, that is leadership. So if we are able to infect all these people within the ecosystem of anti-corruption, then we would be making significant gains in this space. So very critical that we begin to do policy advocacy. We continue to do community level education and sensitization, continue to engage with the media from Accra to Zabzugu, Gambaga, and wherever we are working across the country to ensure that we are promoting the ethos of anti-corruption, to ensure that we are holding power to account, to ensure that issues around service delivery and promotion are without any facet at all of corruption in our daily lives. So for us, it's critical. And Kojo mentioned the ALAG. GI specific role, we are working on SARIS, the project that is being supported in 8 districts, and each of the 3 key partners is working in 8 districts. So we are bringing on board our capacities in anti-corruption, public financial management, because that's what we are going to be downloading on our citizens groups to be able to do the work. We are bringing on board capacity from the issues around audit or the budget cycle to ensure they are informed, like the media, they are educating as well, and they are empowering their communities. If we are able to do this, and then we complement this with the Advocacy and Legal Advice Center, which still remains viable. It's a Transparency International initiative that picks corruption reports, investigates them, and then works with some states agencies in a steering committee structure to resolve them. So GI brings on board the steering committee to SARIS to ensure that whatever cases come, we are able to address them for their validity, if they merit investigation, if they merit recommendation for further work by state or our investigative journalists to then carry on to ensure that every aspect of anti-corruption, be it advocacy, be it research to gather information, and be it informing the citizenry to support our cause, is being carried out without any hindrance at all. So the support is there. The partnership we continue to hold very high, and we are very sure that the legal capacity as well will be brought on board to ensure we are doing a good job. And Corruption Watch this time will do more than we have done before.
Could you let me thank the EU for their support, but I think, giving all the challenges of external support, that we begin to also talk about how Ghanaians themselves can support these kinds of programming. And I think it's something, as we go along, we hope we'll be able to persuade more Ghanaians. Even one CD will make a big difference for Frederick to buy ice water. And ice water now is more than one CD.
Yes.
So how much is it?
Depends on which one. 50 pesos.
And we drink the 2 CDs one.
And investigative journalism. Right, that's an important call. I want to say a big thank you to all of you, Dr. Kojo Pumpuni Asante from CDD, Mary Ada from GII, and of course Frederick and Francisca, our 2 Corruption Watch investigators. Thanks also to Jerry, who recounted his personal ordeal.
Our money, when I'm money, our money, when I'm money, our
Ghana, I'm telling you,
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
wake up to joy, 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 sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah, wake up to joy, joy in the morning. Yeah, if you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning on the Super Morning Show.
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
Wake up to joy, 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 sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah, wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah, wake up to joy, joy in the morning. Yeah, if you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning on the Super Morning Show.
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
Wake up to joy, 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 sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah, wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah, wake up to joy, joy in the morning. Yeah, if you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning.
European Union.
And now, high the storm. Monkey the work, but with the job. Okay, and mean who's the job? And yet, who's the job? And now, high the storm. I think you know Africa before.
On the Super Morning Show.
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
Wake up to joy, 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 sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah,
I can tell you two things that causes back pain in the workspace: bad sitting posture and not sitting on a good chair. I recommend to you the Genevia Beeper chair, the chair that helps you to sit right. When you don't sit right, it beeps for you to be able to sit right. The next will be the Enjoy chair. It takes every body shape and size. Buy a chair that will support your back and give you that comfort to be able to deliver on your job.
Expert Office Furnish offers modern furniture for comfort, productivity, and style. From seating to customized solutions, plus interior decoration services, they've got it all. Find them off the Atomic Hills Estate Road in Ashonman or call 0571 386602 on Facebook and Instagram at Expert Office Furnish.
FPAC is effective for headaches and relieves the symptoms of flu, colds, and catarrh. FPAC blows away the pain associated with sore throats. During and after a hard day's work, FPAC relieves you of body pains. After the day's sports workout, FPAC helps the body to control the aching muscles. FPAC is effective against feverishness. FPAC reduces body temperature associated with malaria and other fevers. FPAC is effective against rheumatic pains. You can find FPAC in all pharmacy and chemical select shops throughout the country. FPAC is not recommended for children less than 16 years of age, ulcer and asthmatic patients, pregnant and lactating mothers. If symptoms persist for more than 2 days, consult your doctor. FPAC blows your pain away.
FPAC Junior follows in the tradition of FPAC tablets, a trusted friend to relieve your child of pain associated with teething, catarrh, cold, and fever. The good that FPAC does for you, FPAC Junior does for your child. FPAC Junior is for children between 6 months and 12 years. FPAC Junior blows your child's pain away.
Coffee in your cup and Joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
See, I wanna joy in the morning. Yeah, if you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning on the Super Morning Show.
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy, joy in the morning. Yeah. If you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the
This rainy Wednesday morning on the Super Morning Show right here on Joy. And as for me, I'm in a kidnapping mood. So I've kidnapped Kweku Asante. He's going to tell us a few ideas of what we can do with our money in just a moment. But before that, I also kidnapped Dr. Kojo Asante on his way out because we noticed something about how the Constitution is worded when it comes to the president's power to suspend the Chief Justice. Doc, let me read this. So this is Article 14610A, okay, of the Constitution. I'll start from 10 and then I'll add A because that's the relevant bit. So it says, and I quote, where a petition has been referred to a committee under this article, the President may, and then it says in A, in the case of the Chief Justice, acting in accordance with the advice of the Council of State, by warrant signed by him, suspend the Chief Justice. I'll read A again, okay? In the case of the Chief Justice, acting in accordance with the advice of the Council of State, by warrant signed by him, suspend the Chief Justice. Tell us what we are missing here.
So first of all, the use of may, which is supposed to be discretionary, then it follows with act in accordance, which is basically mandatory. So it looks like a contradiction that you have a choice to either suspend or not suspend. But if the Council of State advises that you should suspend, basically, you should suspend. So in the communication, it wasn't clear to me whether in the Council of States, in the consultation, did the Council of State also advise the president to suspend the Chief Justice? That is not clear, and it's something that we need to clarify. So that the question is it the president exercising a discretion, or is acting on what the Council of State is saying that we should do?
Must do. Right.
I think for me, in this case, the real problem for the public. So, I mean, you can ask for the parties and the political parties. One is arguing due process, the other is saying political persecution, right? The problem with the public is that the whole process, which is supposed to protect the independence and also the integrity of the judicial service, proposed that we hold it in camera. So the proceedings are held in camera.
Yeah.
So you don't know what accusation that have been made against the Chief Justice, for instance. So it's difficult for you to feel one way or the other exactly what is going on, right? And that, I think, creates a problem that, in spite of what the framers of the Constitution wanted to achieve, it has created a lacuna for a lot of citizens. It's like, are we to believe that the president is acting, just on the basis of the Constitution, or he has his own agenda? Because we haven't even seen the official petition. And that's why I think some people are calling that, no, we should really put the petition out.
Yeah.
And even though we still keep the sanctity of the process in terms of the proceedings are held in camera and so on, the findings also have to be put out, because there has to be a way in which the public must judge that somebody is not abusing their power or whatever power has been entrusted in them. Because at this point, everybody is in a very difficult position, and somebody is claiming, oh no, because of statements that were made, it can only be political persecution. Somebody saying no, but once you trigger Article 146, the president just has to act. You cannot say you should stop acting. That doesn't help us, because at the end, the administration of justice is for all of us, and if we undermine it or destroy it in any way, we're going to be affected, the rule of law, everything. So I think, in spite of, I don't think the provisions preclude us sharing the petition. I think what it says is that proceedings
must be
in camera, which means the prima facie consultation, the hearings that will go on. But at least in terms of the outcomes, but the petition, the case against, I think that should be published, because it will help the citizens also know, okay, this is what the CJ has been accused of, and so on and so forth, and we go forward with that.
Very important. That's a really crucial intervention there, Doc. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Dr. Kojo Asante of CDD there. All right. My other kidnappee. Real quick. Kojo Yankson. Charlie. So I hear you've got ideas on how we can spend our money.
Well, I mean, in terms of, you see the economy, you see the way things are, and everything going on. My view is that things are tight. Everything is tough. I mean, for rich people like you can relate.
Masa.
But you must do the best that you can to try and actually avoid buying things you don't need, and you save some for the rainy day. And you look at MTN. MTN says, exciting news for everyone looking to join the MTN family or grab an extra MTN SIM card. All MTN SIM cards are available for the incredible price of just 10 cedis. Yes, you heard right. Only 10 cedis. Head down to any MTN service center, Connect store, or your nearest authorized community shop to take advantage of this fantastic offer. Remember to purchase your new SIM card and get connected. All you need to bring is your valid Ghana card. It's that simple. Don't buy your SIM anywhere else for more than 10 Ghana cedis. So, what are you waiting for? Experience the most amazing network when you join the Yellow family today. MTN, everywhere you go. The full Oh.
Yes, I'm here. Now let me tell you about Sunday branches at Palms. Sunday branch at the Palms, formerly known as Holiday Inn. Your perfect Sunday just got better. Join us this and every Sunday at 12 noon for an unforgettable brunch experience at the Palms, formerly Holiday Inn, or for just 500 cedis. Enjoy us in complimentary soft drinks, a sumptuous continental buffet, a rich spread of African favorites, live music to elevate the vibe, a beautiful ambience perfect for relaxing with friends or family. Whether you are celebrating or just taking it slow, the Palms is where your Sunday should begin. Reserve now, seats fill up fast. Call 055 100 00333 or 055 100 0555.
And the Full Gospel Businessmen's Fellowship International invites captains of industry, business executives, and the Christian community to the 2025 Agan Bright Partners Fund Convergence Conference at the Africa Region Hotel, Accra, on Wednesday, 23rd April 2025. That is tomorrow. It will be in two parts. Part 1, cocktail and networking from 4 p.m. through to 5 p.m. Part 2 is a convergence conference on the theme, the future of Ghana's economy, strategies for business growth and resilience. The keynote speaker is Dr. Richmond Etuahine, a distinguished business and financial consultant. The time is 5 p.m. through 8 p.m. The Agan Bright Partnership Fund mobilizes resources to finance FGBMFI's program to empower students and youth to overcome addictions and juvenile delinquency, adult literacy for market women, and outreach to taxi trotro driver mates, boys and girls in the ghettos, as well as the fisherfolk.
Now this season, Unbelievable is yours to own with DSTV with no match content to offer. You are sports for choice. Get Unbelievable local entertainment with House of Clue, Shaka Ilimbe Season 2 and Nigerian Idol Season 10 on Aquaba Magic. Catch unbelievable sporting moments from the Premier League, the Champions League, the La Liga, Serie A, F1, tennis, and more. Laugh along with unbelievable kids' edutainment like Paw Patrol, Bluey, and SpongeBob SquarePants, and experience unbelievable international shows like Law and Order, Linus, Special Ops, and Suits LA. So what are you waiting for? Just stay connected by dialing *759# today and own the unbelievable DSTV, your home of entertainment.
So are you ready to dream, dare, and deliver in the world of IT? Look no further than Jackson Institute of Technology, the only NIT authorized training center in Ghana. At JIT, we provide world-class training for individuals and corporate organizations, equipping you with industry-relevant skills in software development, cybersecurity, networking, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, digital marketing, and more. We offer globally recognized certifications, practical job-ready training, and flexible hybrid learning options, which allows you to study online or on-site. Our expert instructors ensure hands-on learning experience that prepares you for success in today's digital world. Conveniently located on the Ring Road near Circle in the heart of Accra Central Business District, and in Kumasi at Jackson Educational Complex Headquarters, Ayeduase near KNUST. JIT provides easy access for students and corporate clients. Our state-of-the-art auditorium is also available for corporate events, seminars, and training sessions. Call or WhatsApp us now at 059-699-6037 or 059-699-6038 or 055-271-4635, or visit our website www.jit.edu.gh. JIT, your gateway to a thriving IT career.
Now let me tell you about the Impact Makers finalists. Joy News proudly presents the top 10 Impact Makers are extraordinary individuals transforming communities through education, health, girl-child empowerment, and innovation. From after-school programs in Kisiman to mental health advocacy in the Ashanti region through to solar in the Upper West region, clean water projects, inclusive education, women's empowerment, and more. These are true agents of change in marginalized communities across the country. Catch their inspiring stories on Joy News as we honor the selfless individuals reshaping lives one step at a time. The Joy News Impact Makers Awards is brought to you by McDan Foundation, empowering future, building communities. Good Key Properties, transforming the landscape. MNC Group Global, totally reliant. German Ozone Medical Center, alternative therapy, dental wellness and beauty. Latest Foam, your partner for life. Ghana CEO Summit and Expo, inspiring business leadership, economic transformation. Joy News Impact Makers Awards, celebrating ordinary people making extraordinary impact.
So some good news for taxpayers. The Ghana Revenue Authority announces for the information of the general public, especially insurance companies, insurance brokerage firms, agents, payment gateways, insurance policyholders, and all other relevant persons in the industry, with the passage of the Value Added Tax Amendment Act 1107 on the 29th December 2023. The supply of non-life insurance products should attract value added tax and applicable levies. Paragraph 19 of the first schedule to the Value Added Tax Act, as amended by Section 3A of the Value Added Tax Amendment Act 2023, designates the supply of financial services to exclude non-life insurance, where non-life insurance is defined to exclude motor vehicle insurance. In line with this amendment, GRA will effectively Tuesday 1st April 2025 commence the implementation of the Value Added Tax Amendment Act 2023. All entities in the insurance sector who make non-life insurance supplies should visit the nearest taxpayer service center to register for VAT and charge the tax from the effective date. GRA continues to engage all relevant stakeholders on the scope and application of the tax. For further inquiries, kindly visit the nearest taxpayer service center or call GRA toll-free line on 0800 900 110 or via WhatsApp on 055 299 0000 or 020 063 1664, or send an email to info@gra.gov.gh. Kojo, so a lot of them. And before you go, shout out to Evans Mensah. Shout out to Evans Mensah. He will understand. Shout out to him.
Okay. All right. Well, listen. Thank you, Kweku, and thank you, Sam Fizi. Just before I go, a quick announcement. Okay. So the software say free. Nkwediano free and Pampaso royal families of Wenchi in the Bono region are marking the 1-year anniversary of their beloved matriarch, and that's in the person of Madam Amoah Bame Buzia. And this is happening from Friday the 25th of April until Sunday the 27th of April right here in Accra. And of course, it's important that on Friday the 9th of May until Sunday the 11th of May, it'll also happen in Wenchi. Okay, activities are as follows. The Accra events are Friday 25th of April, evening of praise and thanksgiving, and then on Saturday the 26th of April there will be a donation to orphanages. On Sunday the 27th of April, Thanksgiving church service at Adabraka Methodist Church. Okay, now in the family of Madam Amoah Bame is grateful for your continued support over the years. All right, so this is where we wrap things up. Thank you so much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show. We're back tomorrow with more. Until then, keep it locked on Joy. 10 o'clock bulletin coming up next.
O'clock.
Hello, welcome to Joy Headline News at 10. The minority in Parliament is demanding the immediate reversal of the Health Minister's decision to dismiss the Chief Executive Officer of the Tamale Teaching Hospital, Dr. Adam Atiku. According to the Health Minister, Kwabena Mintah Kando, Dr. Atiku was dismissed for facility neglect, among others. This was after the minister paid an unannounced visit to the hospital.
we have thanked him for his services he has delivered at the Tamale Teaching Hospital, and we think that somebody else must come and continue as the CEO of the facility.
So he has been sacked?
Exactly.
With immediate effect?
With immediate effect.
Well, a statement issued a while ago and signed by the ranking and other members on the health committee noted the dismissal was carried out without recourse to due process, asking for the immediate reversal of that decision. The Minority Caucus further calls on the Ghana Medical Association, the Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association, the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana, the Health Services Workers Union, and all relevant professional bodies within the health sector to also speak boldly on this matter. It further calls on the minister to formally apologize to a medical officer, Dr. Valentine, whom the minister had a confrontation with. The Doctors Association of the Tamale Teaching Hospital has also indicated in a statement they will have an emergency meeting on the matter and consider options on the current situation. We stay on the minority. This time, they have described President Mahama's decision to suspend the Chief Justice Gertrude Tokonu as a brazen judicial coup and reckless abuse of executive powers. In a strongly worded statement, the minority warned further attempts by the President to unlawfully remove the Chief Justice will be met with fierce resistance. While speaking on PMS Press also, the MPP's Director of Legal Affairs, Frank Davis, said the decision is an assault on the judiciary.
I see it more as an assault on the judiciary, so to speak. Of course, Article 146 is a constitutional structure. So the reason why I say it's an assault on the judiciary is that we should look at the commentary that has gone on thus far, so far as these petitions are concerned. And it gives a veiled impression that maybe this Chief Justice is not liked, so there should be an attempt to have her removed.
You heard there Frank Davis, he is Director of Legal Affairs for the MPP. To other stories, more changes are expected within the Ghana Police Service's divisional and regional commands following a recent reshuffle by the IGP Christian Tete Yohonu, affecting 34 officers in Galamsey-prone areas. This includes the Western, Central and Eastern regions. Let's hear more from the Director of Public Affairs at the Ghana Police Service, ACP Grace Ansa Akrofi.
The affected areas include the Western region, part of the Central region, and also the Eastern region. These are the regions that are affected during the first phase. This initial reshuffle is just the first phase. Several other reshuffling will also follow, and the objective is to inject fresh energy into our fight against illegal mining activities across the country.
And you heard the ACP Grace Ansa Akrofi. She's Director of Public Affairs at the Ghana Police Service. And before we go, Pope Francis's body has been moved from his residence at the Vatican to lie in state at St. Peter's Basilica. There was applause from the crowds as the procession made its way through St. Peter's Square. Clergy members are paying tribute to the late pontiff, and after that, people will be able to file past the open coffin and pay their respects. The Pope died on Sunday, and his funeral will take place on Saturday. The Pope died on Monday morning, and his funeral will take place on Saturday, which will be attended by leaders from around the world. And with that, we end the headlines at 10 with me, Hannah Odami. There's more news when you log on to myjoyonline.com. Showbiz News Flash comes up next.
Kofi Hayford here with Showbiz News Flash, powered by Joy Entertainment. Ahead of this year's TGMAs, High Life legend Rexomar has encouraged musicians to acknowledge the worthiness of the Ghana Music Awards scheme. Rexomar says the craze to win a Grammy is ridiculous because the Grammys was made for Americans, while TGMA and other indigenous award schemes were made for Ghanaians. So, artists must respect them. Rapper Captain Planet of defunct music group 4x4 says an entity has expressed interest in purchasing the group's music catalog, and that if his group mates Coded and Fresh Prince both agree, they might let go of their catalog for a huge sum of money. Nigerian filmmaker Bimbo Ademoye has been lashing out on social media at some Ghanaian TV stations for illegally screening her movies on their channels. The latest on the matter is that Communications Minister Honorable Sam George and Executive Secretary of the NFA Kafui Danku have both responded to Bimbo, saying they are working to resolve and rectify the issue. That's all for now on Showbiz News Flash, powered by Joy Entertainment. Do visit Joy Entertainment's social media pages and myjoyonline.com for more. I am Kofi Hayford. Joy Entertainment. We are large and in charge.
Ghana, be prepared for the biggest outdoor sports entertainment event, the Hits FM Rep Your Jersey 2025. Mark the date, Saturday, 31st May 2025 at the Aviation Social Center. Which football tribe do you belong to? Real Madrid, Barca, Liverpool, Bayern Munich, PSG? Are you in the against team or in the other team? Get ready for lots of fun and sports entertainment on Hits FM and experience the climax of the UEFA Champions League in grand style at the Aviation Social Center, 31st May. Tune in to Hits 103.9 FM as we bring you live commentary of all semi-final matches. Powered by Joy Sports. Follow us on social media platforms. Hashtag Rep Your Jersey. The Hits FM Rep Your Jersey is brought to you by Hits 103.9 FM and powered by Joy Sports and Joy Prime. And brought to you by SoccerBet, your best bet for sports betting. TCL, inspire greatness. DSTV, feel every moment.
Kids, no running. They grow up so fast.
Come here, guys. Who wants to watch their favorite show on GoTV?
Your family's favorite moments are made better with GoTV's shows. We've got loads of local, international, and kids channels, and all the football you need from the comfort of your home.
You can also watch your favorite shows wherever you are with GoTV Stream. Stick with GoTV and let's go together. GoTV. Love it.
Across Ghana, unsung heroes and heroines are defying the odds to change lives. The search for the next Joy News Impact Maker 2025 is over. Joy News announces the 10 finalists for this year's Impact Makers. From Kiseman in the Greater Accra region, Raymond Senyo Amezadu is shaping the future by engaging of children in after-school programs, ensuring they have access to quality education. At the Kolabu Teaching Hospital in Accra, Equia Sapon is a beacon of hope for children battling cancer, raising awareness and providing resources to provide their quality of life through the lens of photography. Geoffrey Kwame Buta empowers students with hearing disabilities in Tamale, giving them a voice and a platform to share their stories. Eric Wedi Sampon from the Eastern region is recognized for equipping young minds with hands-on training in beads making, fashion design, and leatherwork, opening doors to self-sufficiency. And in Wa, William Ayaba Akwongbagbre has redefined education with a hybrid school system, creating an inclusive environment for children with special needs and diverse backgrounds. In the fight for mental health awareness, Osei Kwame Boateng is making waves in the Ashanti region with the Wuhinyame Wellness Program, providing crucial support and breaking the stigma around mental health. Portia Dumba from Jindabo in the Savannah region is hailed for empowering women to venture into shea butter production and high-quality cosmetics, fostering financial independence and sustainability. From Susiano in the Ashanti region, Bennett Asante Nkrumah believes that education should not be a privilege but a right, offering free schooling to needy students. Similarly, Daniel Nkrumah is bringing clean water to communities across Ghana with borehole outreach programs that are transforming lives. In Amasamang, Joseph Tete Atangbe is on a mission to promote hygiene awareness in schools and communities, ensuring healthier futures for the next generation. These Joy News Impact Makers are the 2025 change makers, the problem solvers, the everyday heroes and heroines, reshaping Ghana. The spotlight is on. This year's awards is brought to you by MacDan Foundation, empowering futures, building communities. Gold Key Properties, transforming the landscape. M&C Group Global, totally reliant. German Ozone Medical Center, alternative therapy, dental wellness and beauty. And latest film, your partner for life. Joy News Impact Makers Awards, celebrating ordinary people making extraordinary impact.
Want more money, more moolah, more kudi, more sika, or more l'argent?
Yes.
Then win more moolah with 30 Ghana Cedis free credit when you play Game Park's Pick 1 and Pick 4 games for the first time.
How?
Just dial *946#, get your first bet and win on us with a 30 Ghana Cedi welcome bonus.
Oh yes, it's all about the moolah.
Win more moolah with Game Park today. Go to GameParkGames.com for more information. Game Park is licensed by the NLA. Play responsibly. Not suitable for persons under 18 years.
Sasso, come tonton preko. Sasso, come tonton preko. Edrana drami nebu seshe. Yeah, hakesia ne malaria. Minya me pone me sasso spray. Every mosquito study run away. Tonton preko. Sasso, mi se come tonton preko. Come tonton preko. Sasso, come tonton preko. Nani shamne die demo stronko.
This advert is FDA approved.
The station with the best music. Best music.
I love the music.
Best music. Joy 99.7 FM.
Keep this frequency clear. Super Hits Radio. Joy 99.7. Joy 99.7 FM.
Where are the camp people?